here. I'm in Folsom, and it was pretty smoky, if I recall, Thursday, Friday, and it cleared up kind of over the weekend, and it's been okay since then.
It was interesting because I was in the Carson Valley in Nevada on Monday, and it was smoky there. So it's pretty significant.
Morning, Richard. How are you?
Morning, good. How are you doing?
So, Sadir, where are you calling in from?
Los Angeles.
How are things down there? With
Great, great. Nice weather, no smoke.
Good, good.
No rain.
No rain, no earthquakes,
No, right.
fires.
No fire. I mean, that's besides the point. At work, you have a lot of fires to handle. Work fires.
Yes, that's different.
Right.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, Cheryl, how are you today?
Good, Bill. How are you?
Good, good. So remind me, where is it you're calling in from?
Today, my hotel room in San Diego.
Oh.
And normally I would be in the foothills east of Auburn, where it's been very, very smoky, as you can imagine.
Yes. Yeah, it's been bad up there.
Yeah, it's been really bad.
So how far, we've had some fires up 80.
Yeah, the river complex is, well, put it this way, I was watching them dump suppression agent on the fire from my front yard last week. So
Wow.
yeah, it's just as a crow flies. It started about 3 to 5 miles away as a crow flies, but the wind was pushing it away from our community.
Well, good for that. My goodness.
Yes.
So and there's a couple of you I've never met before. So Michael, I don't know I've met you before. How are you?
I don't think we've met. This is my first round on the healthcare facilities CAC, but I'm actually calling from Virginia right now. I work for NEMA, which is the National Electrical Manufacturers Association, and our main offices are back here. So I'm here for the week. No smoke, but we had a tremendous thunderstorm last night that dropped enough water to put out all the fires in California if it would have been there. So, but usually I have property up in the foothills of Yuba County. So, that's where this lake behind me is about a little 10-minute walk from my property. So anyway.
Very nice. And Janice, I don't know that I've talked to you before. How are you this morning?
Hi, I'm good. Nice to meet you. This is also my first time on the healthcare facilities CAC. I did serve for a portion of the accessibility CAC last year, and I'm happy to be here. Nice to meet you.
Welcome to the committee.
So I'm number one for the 4th time, looks like.
Yes. Welcome, Renee. Welcome back. How are you?
Well, I got to say, this was the shortest flight to Sacramento that I've had to do in a long time, right? So, and I must say that every day and every way, I am thankful that down here in the Los Angeles area, we're not experiencing the wildfires that everyone else is not having fun with. The conditions down here are ripe for wildfires, and I'm very hopeful we don't have to worry about that this year.
Fingers crossed.
Eyes, nose, toes, and everything else, right? Yep, yep,
Yes.
yep.
And Dana, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
I'm well.
Yes, that was the shortest flight I've ever had to Sacramento. So I'm glad to be here with everyone today. Thank you.
Good to have you on board.
For me? No. Okay. Now I think we're about ready to get started. I'm pretty sure we have everybody in attendance. I'll do a little introduction and some read-in information, a little housekeeping stuff, then we'll do roll and we'll get things started. So first off, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Welcome to the California Building Standards Commission's Health Facilities Code Advisory Committee review. I am Michael Neerman. I'm the Deputy Executive Director for the California Building Standards Commission. I'll be assisting Bill today as the chair, him being the chair. I'd also like to introduce other staff. I have Irina Brosman next to me here. She'll be assisting. And then we have Barbara Tresley, who is on our phone and helping us with the public callers. Okay, so today is Wednesday, August 11th. It's approximately 9:05. Let's see, 9:03 to be exact, according to your computer. And I'll cover a few items before we get started on the meeting. Please be advised that this meeting is being conducted virtually in accordance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order N2920 and N3320, as well as recommendations from the California Department of Public Health. Let's see, housekeeping. This meeting can be viewed in Zoom webinar CBSC YouTube channel, which is linked in the meeting agenda. I would like to remind the viewers that the live stream has an approximate 45-second delay. Closed captioning is available via Zoom's automated live transcriptions. Zoom webinar instructions. To avoid feedback or other technical issues, please join the meeting through one device only. If you wish to make a comment on a specific agenda item, please listen for the CAC chair to ask for any comments from the public. At this time, please virtually raise your hand using the raise hand icon in Zoom. You will be recognized and unmuted by the meeting's facilitator in the order your hand was raised. When you are done speaking, please lower your hand. Note, please ensure that you have a working microphone on or attached to your device prior to raising your hand to make a comment. The chair will continue through the queue until there are no comments remaining. The chair will proceed to callers on the teleconference line and then to the next agenda item. Please speak slowly and clearly so the captioner can transcribe your comments. Regarding the teleconference instructions, all callers will be in listen-only mode. If you wish to make a comment on a specific agenda item, please listen for the CAC chair to ask for any comments from the public. At this time, please place yourself into the queue by pressing 1 and then 0 on your keypad. When you press 1 and then 0, you will be notified when the speaker is ready for your question. To withdraw your question, please press 1. When it is your turn to comment, you will hear, please ask your question after the tone. The tone will sound and then you are now in talk mode. Chair will continue through the call queue until there are no remaining questions. The committee will proceed to the next agenda item. No, please refrain from pressing 1 and 0 multiple times. Doing this toggles your position in and out of the call queue. Please press 1 and 0 only once and wait for your notification to speak. For best results, call from a landline using a telephone handset or a cell phone with a headset. This enhances the ability to clearly hear your comments. Let's see, if you have issues, call CBSC at 916-263-0916. If you have any technical difficulties, we'll try to assist. We'll take lunch break around noon, midday, and then it's kind of up to the chairperson and the committee which would be the best time for you guys to take that break. Okay, I think that's it. We'll go ahead and get the meeting started. This is an open public meeting of the California Building Standards Commission's Health Facility Code Advisory Committee. The purpose of this meeting is to ensure public participation in the development of proposed building standards and to ensure adequate technical review of the proposed building standards submitted to this committee for review prior to being evaluated by the Commission for adoption. The proposed building standards are required to comply with specific criteria listed in the Health and Safety Code 18930, commonly known as the 9-point criteria. Those criteria are as follows. Number one, the proposed building standard does not conflict with, overlap, or duplicate other building standards. Number two, the proposed building standard is within the parameters established by enabling legislation and is not expressly within exclusive jurisdiction of another agency. Number three, the public interest requires the adoption of the proposed building standard. The public interest includes, but is not limited to, health and safety, resource efficiency, fire safety, seismic safety, building and building system performance, and consistency with environmental, public health, and accessibility statutes and regulations. Number four, the proposed building standard is not unreasonable, arbitrary, unfair, or capricious in whole or in part. Number five, the cost to the public is reasonable based on the overall benefit to be derived from the building standards. Proposed building standard is not, number six, the proposed building standard is not unnecessarily ambiguous or vague in whole or in part. Number seven, applicable national specifications, published standards, and model codes have been incorporated therein as provided in this part where appropriate. If a national specification, published standard, or model code does not adequately address the goals of the state agency, a statement defining the inadequacy shall accompany the proposed building standard when submitted to the Commission. If there is no national specification, published standard, or model code that is relevant to the proposed building standard, the state agency shall prepare a statement informing the Commission and submit that statement with the proposed building standard. Number eight, the format of the proposed building standard is consistent with that adopted by the Commission. And number nine, the proposed building standard, if it promotes fire and panic safety as determined by the State Fire Marshal, has the written approval of the State Fire Marshal. Recommendations for this committee are restricted to approve, approve as amended, disapprove, or further study. For positions to approve as amended, disapprove, or return for further study, the commenter must identify which one or more of the required 9-point criteria the proposed code change has failed to satisfy and provide your rationale. Comments must be restricted to one or more of the 9-point criteria. Okay, I'll now turn the meeting over to Chairperson Bill Zellmer, who will be the presiding officer for the Health Facilities Code Advisory Committee. And you have a few items to read, and then we'll do roll call.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Let's see, a few things. Point number one, staying on schedule is everyone's responsibility. Please honor time limits when they are identified. Number two, I will call for the state proposing agency to address the committee and explain the proposed building standard. Number three, the committee will discuss each item on the agenda, then I will call for public comments. Number four, please avoid duplicating comments in their entirety. Support or non-support may be expressed for specified comments. Number five, following all comments and discussion, I will call for a motion and second to take action on each agenda item relating to the building standards. Number six, please stay on the subject matter being discussed and avoid sidebars. Extraneous discussions disrupt the flow of the meeting and can be hard for persons on the telephone to understand who is speaking and what is being discussed. And seven, please be respectful of others' time and opinion and avoid interruptions. And with that, I think we're ready to go ahead and get started. So I believe the
Okay.
first order of business is to take roll.
Yeah, that's correct. Thanks, Bill. I'll go ahead and do that. All right. Here. Okay. Bill Zelmer,
Here,
thank you. David Field,
Here.
thank you. Renee Amy,
Here,
thank you. Sudhir Agrawal,
Here,
thank you. Michael Stone. I know I heard you, Mike.
Excuse me here. I was on,
Hey, it's that Virginia connection. It takes a while.
yeah, those electrons took a while.
Let's see, Cheryl Dominich,
Here,
thank you. Sharon Goey,
Here.
thank you. Janice Chang,
Here.
thank you. Dana Johnson,
Here.
thank you. You have all attendees present.
thank
We
you,
have
Michael.
quorum.
The second order of business, I wanted to select a vice chair for the committee. I'd like to nominate Cheryl Dominich, if that's okay with you, Cheryl.
yes, that will be fine, Bill. Thank you.
So I'd like to make a motion to have Cheryl be the vice chair for the committee today. Can I get a second?
yes, Sudhir Agrawal, second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, bring it to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? No opposed.
Sounds good. Now, Bill, I'll do a roll call on that. Just so everybody's aware, we were given instruction last year that going forward, we need to do roll call on all of our actions. So we can go back and see that. So I'll go ahead and do that now.
Okay,
Okay, so this is the motion and seconded for nomination of a vice chair. And that was Cheryl Dominich was nominated. So I'll go ahead and read the roll call. Bill Zelmer,
yes.
thank you. David Field,
Yes.
thank you. Renee Amy,
Yes,
Sudhir Agrawal,
Yay.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Dominich,
Yes,
thank you. And Sharon Goey.
Yes.
All right, that's unanimous. Thank you. Thanks, Cheryl.
of course.
Okay. It's all yours there, Bill.
Okay, so I think at this point, we'll turn it over to Richard to start presenting the HoshPod proposals. Just before I do, Richard, there's 40 items that we have today. As we go through, we may eventually decide to group some of them together. I guess we'll just see as we go. And I'd like to say I thought you and your team did an outstanding job putting these together.
Thank you, Bill. Hello, everyone. I'm Richard Tannehill. I'm the supervisor of the Building Standards Unit with OSHPD, soon to be HCAI. This proposal is for the 2019 California Building Code, Part 2, Volume 1. Can you hear me okay? Because my microphones have been switching around on me.
So I can hear you. I want to check in on one thing. You just said the 2019?
2022, sorry.
Okay.
Typo. Thank you. Okay, this proposal is for the 2022 California Building Code, Part 2, Volume 1. Proposed amendments were presented to the Hospital Building Safety Board on November 5th in 2020, January 14th in 2021, and March 11th in 2021. The proposed actions is to make technical amendments to Title 24, Part 2, Volume 1. And I'm just going to give you just a brief summary of some of the major components that we'll be looking at. Modifications to the OSHPD 2 banner to include OSHPD 2A and 2B is being added. 2A is for single-story wood or light gauge metal frame skilled nursing facilities that must meet model code requirements. So the revisions that we have in Volume 2 that have already been reviewed are going to be for 2B facilities. 2B is for all other SNFs. If OSHPOD 2 is shown without an A or B, it is assumed to be applied to both A and B. Okay, and can I answer any questions on that or clarify that if there are any? Another significant addition we are making is adding 2 new room types for hospitals, a procedure room and a class 2 imaging room. These are basically intermediate level procedure rooms that have not been in the code previously. The procedure room will be for intermediate level room between a treatment room and an operating room and can be accessed from a non-restrictive corridor. This provides a lot more flexibility for the facilities. Imaging rooms will now be labeled as class 1, 2, and 3 imaging rooms. Class 1 will be a diagnostic imaging room. Class 2 is for intermediate level procedures that are not considered invasive. And class 3 allows for more invasive procedures and aligns with the requirements of an operating room. This will provide more flexibility for facilities. And to address these changes, we added or amended several definitions that you'll see in the forthcoming items. Thank you for your time and consideration for approval, and I'll be happy to answer any questions or go over any of the items that are being proposed. And I'll let you take the lead, Bill, with how you want to address these.
Okay, thanks, Mike, Richard. So I do have a question of staff. So this is different, doing this through electronic means. Are we going to see on screen the code sections that we're discussing?
No, unfortunately
Okay,
not. Yeah.
That's going to take a little getting used to, at least for me. So I would assume we start as planned, taking these one item at a time. So the first item for discussion, it's in the matrix, OSHPOD 421-1-1. Well, I'm sorry, it's item number 1, and it has 2 sub numbers to it, 1-1 and 1-2. Yeah, without seeing it on screen.
I can briefly go over that if you wish, Bill.
Yeah, why don't you do that, please?
Okay. For item 1, we're adding the definition I just mentioned in the preamble of adding OSHPOD 2A and 2B. Okay, and I'll just read you what it says, and then if I'm going too much, you can cut me short. I won't be offended. Application. Okay, OSHPOD 2A is a skilled nursing facility and intermediate care facility buildings of a single-story wood frame or light steel frame construction, or buildings of single-story wood frame or light steel frame construction, where only skilled nursing or intermediate care services are provided if the building is separated from a building housing other patients of the health facility receiving higher levels of care. Sorry, that's a long definition, but that's what's already in the code. Okay. OSHPOD 2B skilled nursing facilities and intermediate care facility buildings of all other types. OSHPOD 2 is the OSHPOD 2 designation applies. If there's only an OSHPOD 2 designation, it applies to both 2A and 2B. And again, just for clarification, 2B is primarily for structural revisions that are in volume 2. So you won't be seeing 2B or 2A today. It's just the definition for those was added to volume 1.
Okay, thank you.
The second part of that, we're just removing the requirements for section 110 inspections as they are now in model code.
Okay, so as we start this first one, I think I want to leave a little time for the committee members to, if you're anything like I am, I have a PDF of this document, but I need to take a moment and look at it so I can refresh my memory as to what this language is. And as we go through, if any of the committee members need a little time to do exactly that, let me know as we go.
Can I make one clarification, Bill?
Yes, go ahead, Richard.
I mentioned that the language that was provided is from the building code. It's actually from the statute. The language is taken straight out of the statute for the definition of a skilled nursing facility.
Michael, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you. I just wanted to add, just for those who are not in the committee meeting and not here in our office, if you need that information, it is available on the website. The agenda has the links to the information. So you can go there, you can see the CAM, the Commission Action Matrix tables, as well as the express terms and the I-source. So initial statement of reasons. So if you need to go there to view the material as we go through. Also, I wanted to mention, just to help keep everybody on track with where we are, when we talk about the item numbers, we should probably associate the item number with the section number, just so in case you're looking at the ET and not just the CAM, you're not trying to figure out what 1-1 is, you'll know that it's section 1.10.2 of the chapter 1, division 1. So I'll try to help with that too.
Can we
could you-
also add the page, like page 1 of 22?
Yeah, sure, that's absolutely fine.
Thank you.
Okay, so at this point, let's turn it over to discussion by the committee. Any questions of staff, of Richard?
If I might
Richard-
throw up, whoop,
Right.
I'm sorry, I'll charge ahead. If I might, it sounds picayune, and perhaps it is, but you mentioned that the definitions here come right out of statute. And statute tends to use, it looks like, what might be called an Oxford comma for clarity reasons. And yet in much of the text throughout all of this, Oxford commas seem quite optional. The Oxford comma being to indicate separation. So here at 1.10.2 on what is page 15 of our packet, it starts off OSHPOD 2, 2A and 2B. And my question, again, seemingly picayune, is there a reason there isn't a comma after 2A?
There's no specific reason, no.
Okay.
We can add one if it is more grammatically correct.
It does help from a clarity standpoint to have that it's again so picky to have that extra comment to make sure that as people are reading through, it's indicative that it applies to what it applies to.
Understood. We can definitely add that comma after 2A.
Okay.
And
like-
just as for those who are wondering too, that's an excellent point. Those are things that we're fortunate because we work with a really good publishing group, International Code Council. They do an amazingly good job of going through and cleaning up those types of editorial issues for us.
Well,
as well.
For what it's worth, sometimes this is the challenge. Sometimes there is a reason, a logical reason, and sometimes there isn't. So if there is, it's really important to make sure that there is no Oxford comma added, and you don't just let somebody, play the editorial game as they think makes sense, because 98% of the time they're going to get it wrong. So chances are throughout the day, I'm going to raise issues related to these Oxford commas, just to forewarn you. So
That'd be great. We'd like the advanced warning, so we can do that.
I appreciate it.
Okay, Cheryl, did you have something that you were going to add?
I was going to actually differ from Renee's comment. I think we should leave the editorial to ICC and limit our discussions to technical review of the requirements. It adds a lot of time to a meeting when we should trust in ICC, who's also familiar with the code process, for making the editorial comments.
Thank you, Cheryl. Any other comments of Richard? Sudhir?
Yeah, quick question, Richard. What brought this thing into the table for the change? Is that just a simple editorial information? Because you are mentioning 2A and 2B, all three are applicable in this case and different sections. So what brought this thing to the table?
What had happened in the previous code cycle, the OSHPOD, a more complex skilled nursing facility, was considered an OSHPOD 1 building. And we removed that requirement. So all skilled nursing facilities became OSHPOD 2. Inadvertently at that time, some of the requirements for more complex structures was also removed. So this is putting that back in so that you have a multi-story skilled nursing facility. It doesn't need to meet the requirements of OSHPD 1, but there are or a lesser requirement that still has to be met that is above model code. So this is just correcting what had happened in a past cycle. And best way to do that by statute, a standard single-story skilled nursing facility of either wood or a light frame metal has to meet model code. So we had to make that distinction.
And can be rather separate, like a OSPA 2 is a separate line and separate for 2A and separate for 2B. Instead
Yes,
of
an
putting
OSPA
all
2
in, lumping into one paragraph.
Yes, an OSPD 2 would typically, like I said, you'll see OSPD 2 in volume 1 because it applies more for the occupants within the building and not the structural requirements. So it would apply to both an OSPD 2A and 2B. So like I said, you're going to see very few, actually you'll probably see 0 OSHPD 2As in the code, but you will see 2Bs, and that was just our way of distinguishing between them. So OSHPD 2 would apply to both a 2A and 2B, and primarily would be occupancy based.
So is there any reason why we put lumped all three of them together instead of saying paragraph 1, OSPD 2, paragraph 2, 2A, 2A, something like that?
Yeah, this is just where the definition of the application would go at the beginning of the volume.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Richard? Hearing none, I'm going to open it up to the public. So this would be the phoning in process. Do we have any callers, Michael?
We'll go this way, Bill. When we get to this point, you can mention that if you're on the phone, now's the time to get into the queue because it takes them a few seconds to do all that. Sure. And then go ahead and take the Zoom. If there are any Zoom, we'll check to see if anybody's got their hand raised for Zoom. And then if not, then we can go to the phone and they'll hopefully they'll be there by then. So we'll check Zoom.
Okay, check Zoom.
All right.
If there's anyone in Zoom that wishes to comment, please use the raised hand feature. If we don't have any hands up in Zoom, I'll check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then back to the committee for discussion. And
Make a motion to approve item 1 on the agenda. That includes items 1-1 and 1-2.
Second.
Yep. Second by Sudhir. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll bring it to a vote.
Okay. I'll go ahead and do roll call. Okay.
Thank you, Michael.
All right. Thank you. Bill Zelmer.
Approve.
Thank you. Or you say yes or approve or no, whatever you want. All right, let me get down here. David Field.
Yes.
Thank you. Renee Amy.
Yes.
Thank you. Sudhir Agrawal.
Aye.
Thank you. Let's see, Mike Stone.
Yes.
Thank you. Cheryl Dominich.
Yes.
Thank you. Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, that's unanimous.
Thank you. I have to tell you, I froze there. I didn't know whether to say yes, approve, aye. Oh.
I'll write them down either way, any way you do it. Unless you say no, and then I'll write that down. So
I think I'll go with yes from now on.
Okay.
Okay, let's go to the second item. Back to you, Richard.
Right, thank you, Bill. Actually, I would recommend that we group items 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 7 together, and 8. These are yes. All charging language other than item 2, which is just removal of language for mass timber to align with model code and other agencies.
Sounds great. Thank you, Richard. Kip, go ahead and explain the changes.
Those are the changes. We're removing that. The rest is all charging language carrying forward previous adoptions.
Fair enough. So to be clear, we're items 2 through 9, 9,
2 through 9, correct? No, actually
Okay.
2 through 8, sorry.
2 through 8. Okay. So back to the committee. Any questions of Richard?
This is Sudhir. Richard, on item 3, it says chapter 3 on the first sentence, aligned with the contents of the chapter. Do we need to provide a section number?
Which item are you on, sir?
Item 3, chapter 3, adopt 2021 International Building Code, chapter 3 for OSH part 1, 1R, 2, 3, 4, 5. This has been corrected to align with the contents of the chapter. Do we need to mention the section number of the chapter?
I would defer that to,
Sudhir, I think it's
Standard.
the whole chapter. Sudhir, it's just the adoption of the entire chapter.
Got the charging language for it.
Thank you.
yeah, in other words, we're not making any changes this cycle.
Any other questions from the committee? Hearing none, we'll go to help me get this right, Michael. We've got separately the phone lines and Zoom.
Yeah, so we'll mention to the phone, people on the phone, that now's the time to go ahead and queue in and get ready. And then in the meantime, we'll ask
Gotcha.
Barbara to check the Zoom to see if anybody's asking in Zoom.
Okay.
Barbara?
So in Zoom, there are no hands raised, so we'll check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No
Okay,
public comment.
back to you.
Okay, so I don't want to cut off any discussion. It sounds like this. Oh, Renee, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I must apologize. I'm tracking along and figuring out which items. I had, again, a minor question, but here in item 10, the definition of procedure room, is there a definition in the code for what qualifies as high-level disinfection?
I'm sorry, Renee. You're one item ahead of us.
Oh,
We're
am
just
I?
going-
I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
apologize. I apologize.
problem.
Good. Better to be ahead than behind.
Yes. So we're just going through item 9 at this point. And I think these are all pretty non-controversial, but far be it from me to say that. So any further comments of the committee?
I vote that we approve the item 2, 3, 8 as presented by OSPAD.
So I think we want to go, if I could, 2 through 9, Sudhir.
Was 9 included, Richard?
8.
Yes.
2 through 8.
2 through 8.
2 through 8.
Richard.
Okay.
Richard, was it 8 or 9? I thought
I
you
originally
wanted
said
all 9.
8. We can
8.
look at 9, or we're just removing a typographical error.
So
as well.
let's keep this 9 separate. So 2
Okay.
through 8,
2 through 8.
approved as submitted.
It's 2 through 8.
Okay. So we've got a motion.
Second, this is Cheryl Domnich.
Got it.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll take it to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Roll call.
Oh,
call
I'm
vote.
sorry. Roll
That's
call.
right. You'll get the hang of it just when we finish. So
Yeah.
it'll be fine. Okay, I'll go ahead and do this. This is for taking item number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 together in one motion. Sudhir moved the motion to approve and submit with Cheryl Domnich second, and we'll all do roll call. Bill Zelmer.
Yes.
Thank you. David Field.
Yes.
Thank you. Renee Amy.
Yes.
Sudhir Agarwal.
Aye.
Thank you. Mike Stone.
Yes.
Thank you. Cheryl Domnich.
Yes.
Thank you. And Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous. Okay, item 9.
Item 9 is just a removal of the word either in this. It was at a typographical error from previous editions of the code. It said provided either in a separate unit, and it should be provided in a separate unit.
Okay, well, you want to just take this one item number 9?
Yeah, because 10, I think there'll be more discussion on.
Sure. Okay. Any questions from the committee? Hearing none. We'll go to Zoom and the phone. So if you've got a comment on the phone line, please get in the queue now. Barbara, do we have anybody on Zoom with hands up?
So there are no hands raised in Zoom. We'll check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Okay. Back to the committee. Any further discussion?
I move that this be approved as submitted.
Thank you, Sudhir. We have a motion.
Second,
We have a second from Renee. All in. Michael, let me leave it to you.
I told you. Okay, we'll go again. All right, this is for item 9. Moved and seconded to approve and submit. Okay, I'll do roll call. Bill Zelmer.
Yes.
David Field.
Yes.
Renee Amy.
yes.
Sudhir Agarwal.
Aye.
Mike Stone.
Yes.
Cheryl Dominich.
Yes.
And Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Thank you. So unanimous. Item 10.
Item 10, I'll just briefly summarize this and answer any questions. The first item for hand washing station, there was just some confusing language that said hand washing stations shall be immediately accessible to patient care area they serve without requiring passage through a doorway unless hands-free operation is provided. It was asked that we add hands-free operation of the door and not the hand washing station be clarified. That's just being added for clarification. This is where we're adding a lot of definitions for the procedure rooms. We're adding a definition for invasive procedures. Please note that all of these definitions and these revisions have been reviewed by CDPH, the California Department of Public Health, and they are in concurrence with them. And a lot of these will be procedure-based to determine at what level they fall into. So we have a definition of invasive procedure, which is more of an OR level procedure. And the procedure room itself is the intermediate level that we are providing. And I believe Renee asked the question about high level disinfection or sterile instruments. Basically, this is when the instrumentation still needs to be sterile within the room itself, but the room's location does not need to be an OR, a surgical type environment, and it would be accessible off of a non-restricted corridor. And this would be your typical CT scan room where if they're inserting a catheter or something that is not considered invasive by nature, it is still allowed to remain in that imaging department. And again, the history on this is there was a definition of invasive procedure at some previous code cycle that said anything entering the body or image guided would be considered invasive. And a CT is image guided, but does not require the same level of sterility as an operating room. So we're just basically allowing for this intermediate level for both a procedure room and an imaging room. In addition to that here, for readily accessible, we are actually referencing the definition for directly accessible in it, which caused a lot of confusion. So we just clarified the language that if it's readily accessible, it can be located in or shared with an adjacent unit or within 200 feet of the department. Does not, before it said directly accessible, which means you had to enter from one opening straight into that other opening. And that was never the intent of that. We also added the definition for restricted area, semi-restricted, and unrestricted. And I can go to those in more detail, but those are in alignment with Title 22 and were based on the FGI definitions. Under service space, at the very bottom, there was an extra 4 in the section number reference. And start of construction was added to Part 1 definition for OSHPD, so we are not adopting the definition in the volume 1 of the CBC. And I'll stop there and answer any questions.
Thank you, Richard. Oh, we have a hand up, Cheryl.
Yes. I have a question. The term pre and post-operative patient care areas are identified under both semi-restricted area and also unrestricted area. Can you explain why this term is indicated in both of these categories and not just one or the other?
Because they will actually apply to both. When you have with the procedure rooms being added and the class 2 imaging rooms being added, primarily the procedure room, they can have access to a post-procedure or pre-procedure area through a non-sterile corridor, whereas previously it was required that they exit directly into a semi-restricted corridor. And so it would apply for the OR or invasive type procedures, but also would apply for a procedure room that does not require the semi-restricted corridor for access. Does that help?
As a code user, I really don't understand, but if anyone else has any questions about that, then I suppose that others would have a better understanding.
Yeah, the way I look at it is if you're addressing, depending on the type of room you're addressing, that'll state the requirements for that. And if they're taken together, it may sound confusing, but if you take them individually, it provides the requirements for that space.
Thank you, Cheryl. Any other questions of Richard? Renee.
Sorry, actually, as I look at this and reading, I see a typo in unrestricted area, second sentence. These area should be areas, plural.
You're correct. I already found that yesterday. So,
Yeah, I saw it too, Renee.
but thank you.
Uh-huh.
So, Richard, I have a comment question. Go to my own notes here. So I went through, just so that the committee knows, I went through the language. I went to the FGI guidelines, the AIA affiliate, where a lot of the language comes from, and just made sure, yep, this is exactly the wording out of the FGI guidelines, and so is this, and so is this. The one that I could not find was the restricted area.
Correct.
So the question is, where did your language come from on that?
Actually, the restricted area was already in the code. We added the first sentence, and that was actually to align more with the FGI terminology. And the rest of it was already in the code from previously under this definition. So we're not adding the definition of restricted area, we're just clarifying it in this case.
Got it. Thank you.
Bill, thank you for inputting that you've reviewed the FGI guidelines. That I really appreciate that.
Of course. Any further questions? Hearing none, let's go to the Zoom and the phone calls. If you do have a question as a phone caller, please get in the queue now. And Barbara, do we have any Zoom raised hands?
In Zoom, there are no hands raised. I'll check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Thank you, Barbara. So back to the committee for discussion. Any comments? Further questions?
Motion to approve as submitted.
Motion to approve.
As submitted with the correction on the typo on unrestricted area, the areas.
Thank you, Sudhir. Do we have a second?
This is Cheryl Domnich. I'll second it.
Thank you, Cheryl. Any discussion? So I want to take a look myself and just kind of scan through this. I do want to say, along the same lines, I've been working with Oshpod and Richard through the Hospital Building Safety Board, tracking along as this language has been developed. The definitions, as you are all, I'm sure, can appreciate, are pretty central to how we go through the code then and determine code compliance. So this is kind of a big thing for all of us in the healthcare arena. These changes I'm very much in favor of. It helps to align and bring everything up to date along with the FGI guidelines and the industry. So this, I think, is a very good move.
Okay.
Any other comments? Okay, let's take it to a vote. All in favor, Michael?
Roll call. Thank you. So this is for item number 10, it's all the sub items, which is the definitions you were just discussing. For those on the phone or who may not have it directly in front of them, this begins on page 4 of the express term and ends on page 6 before we get to item 11. And it's approved to submit, moved by Sadir, seconded by Cheryl, and I'll do roll call. Bill Zelmer.
Yes.
Thank you. David Field,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sadir Agrawal,
Aye.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Dominic,
Yes.
and Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Perfect, unanimous, thank you. Next
Mike,
item.
Mike, just a comment, we need to put down the 9-point criteria on all these items.
No, if they're approved as submitted, there's no need for a 9-point. It's only if it's a approve as amend or a disapprove or a further study.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Richard, the next item.
Okay, thank you, Bill. Item 11, this is where we're actually adding the pointers for the procedure rooms that we just added before. So it'll be examination, treatment, and procedure rooms. And again, we can add the comma after treatment if that is the correct grammar for that. And then under treatment room, we have been requested by CDPH to insert requirements for an exam room for a stress test room, which does not exactly meet up with the requirements of a typical exam room because it does not require the exam light. So what we did is added a statement that says if used for exercise stress testing, include space for a crash cart and patient resuscitation and omit the exam light, rather than adding its own section for just stress test room, because it's really typically an exam room with different requirements. Then we have the procedure room definition in its entirety for space requirements, general requirements for the procedure room. This is where all the nuts and bolts come into for the procedure room, including hand washing, private suitation, documentation area. And then we renumbered seclusion room because it followed thereafter. And then under medication station, it previously was required to be directly accessible from the nursing station. CDPH has also asked us to remove that requirement because these are mostly card readers and locked access, and they do not need direct supervision of the door at all time, and only staff would be allowed in. So we're removing that requirement.
Okay, thank you, Richard. So there's a fair amount of technical material here, so I want to make sure that the committee has time to absorb this. If you need to look at your own notes, please feel free to do so. So let's open it up to the committee for any questions of Richard.
If I may, I notice in the clearances section where it goes A and B, these are the minimum clearances. A says 3'6". B starts off at 3 feet and then goes to detail where an anesthesia machine and associated supply cart. The clearance at the head shall be 6 feet. Does that mean at least 6 feet, or is that the determined distance? the maximum clearance?
It would be a minimum of 6 feet.
Is there a reason, again, from the verbiage and style of these requirements that it's described that way?
We probably pulled that straight from FGI, but we can add that clarification, definitely.
At
We,
least?
you know, because we get into trouble when we have a solid
Sure.
dimension, so.
Sure, it just looks like that's the absolute max, for example.
I can add a minimum of 6 feet.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Renee, which sub item? And
That is, oh God, all these numbers. On our page 21 of this packet, 1224.4.4, 1.4.2 space requirements, sub item 2B.
And it would be, Cheryl, it would be CAM number 11-5.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh,
Further, looks like we've got a raised hand, David Field.
Should this measurement in 2B under clearances, should that be 914.4 millimeters? Or is that point obscured by the underlining? But I don't think 3 feet is 9,144 millimeters.
Can you help us find that? Where are you looking at?
So that's
that?
right at the bottom of page 7 under clearances.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
I
can
think
we can verify that number.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
same item that Renee was discussing.
Correct.
Yes, you are correct. See, 3'6" is 10,000. Yeah, there's an error in there. We can correct that number.
Thank you. Further comments from the committee? So I have two of my own. Let me scroll up on my document. Or actually maybe three comments. The first I want to make in support of this, the procedure room, of course, it was covered as part of the definitions. I just wanted to share with the committee what a big deal this is to us in the industry. For years, there are references scattered through the code where they refer to a procedure room. And yet there has not been, up to this point in time, an actual definition of a procedure room. So this fills it all out in a very helpful way. So I'm in support of this. Second comment that I have, Richard, can you help me understand? Let's see, I'm on page 22 under patient privacy. The language is provisions shall be made for patient visual and speech privacy. And I'm trying to track, where are we? This is, as I understand it, in the procedure room.
Yes.
So the visual, I get, typically that's going to be a curtain. The speech privacy, my perspective on this is practical application of a code requirement. How can a building official say, yes, you comply, or no, you don't comply, based on speech privacy?
Yeah,
what do you?
I'm going to be guessing at this because, again, this language was stolen. Some of the procedures room do have multiple patients that can be larger and have, like, say, 2 stations. And I mean, to be honest, all we require is a movable partition. So that's not going to allow a lot of speech privacy, but it goes back to HIPAA. But you're right; it's basically unenforceable.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not making a big point of that. It's a small issue. And then I had a third comment. I guess I don't. I thought I had a third thing, but I guess I don't. Any further comments from the committee? Okay, hearing none, let's open it up to the public. Zoom raised hands for folks on the phone. Please call in at this time and get in the queue.
A reminder for those in Zoom, if you'd like to comment, please use the raise hand feature. And if you're on the phone, to put yourself in the queue, please press 1 and then 0. So there are no hands raised in Zoom. I'll check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Thank you. So back to the committee then. Would we like to entertain a motion?
Point of order for the group, if I may.
Please.
I would recommend, because there were a couple of items discussed on 1224.4.4.1.4.2, which is CAM item 11-5. There's some actions taken that you may want to take a different action on that than the other items discussed. So I would recommend you take 11-1, the first item, through the section just before the one you just discussed. Take those 4 in one motion, and then you may want to take a separate motion on that item by itself and then move on to the others for discussion.
Michael, I was
Yes.
going to make a motion to approve all of item number 11, approve as amended all of item 11. And that
Okay.
amendment occurs in item 11-5 to modify section 1224.4.4.1.4.2, paragraph 2B, to change the language to say shall be a minimum of 6 feet, and do the conversion, the mathematical conversion error, fix that error as well. And I'm going to type 9-point criteria item 8 on to make it consistent and not use a specific dimension, but rather use a dimension that gives some flexibility.
Perfect. Thank you, Cheryl.
You're welcome.
So Cheryl has a motion. Do we have a second?
Bill, I have a question. I'm kind of lost, looks like 11-5. I'm following item 11, chapter 12, interior environment, and the sections following it. What item are we looking at when Cheryl mentioned 11-5?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Cheryl. Sorry.
It's from the 11 is from the committee action matrix. And so technically it's in chapter 12 in section 1224.4.4.1.4.2. Are you looking at a printed version or a PDF?
Yeah, I'm looking at the printed version and I
It's on
have page
page
22 pages. I have
It's
22
on
pages.
page 7 at the very bottom of the page.
11-5.
Yeah, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say 11-5 on the code language. It just has the code section reference.
And what is that, 1224-5-4? 5.4? I apologize for the committee.
No, it's okay.
1224.4.1.4.2, and then it's paragraph 2.
Okay, treatment room. Okay,
Sorry, I did that very quickly. I apologize.
no problem. Thank you.
Is that a second?
Yes, it's second.
All right.
I
Thank you.
second.
So any further dialogue from the committee? Any questions for Oshpad? Hearing none, let's bring it to a vote.
Okay.
Michael?
Thank you. So this is for the first 5 items or sub-items of item 11. So approve as amend, which relates to the 11-5, which was 1224.4.4.1.4.2. Approve as amend based on criteria number 8 we'll go ahead and do a roll call, and that was to make a couple of corrections and some addition, excuse me.
I'm
Go ahead.
sorry, Michael, are you doing this for all of item 11? And
No,
then,
the first 5 items. I thought that's what you were saying.
No, she
yeah, I
was,
said all of item 11, and then
Okay, I'm sorry.
yeah, and the amendment portion was for item number 5.
Gotcha. Okay, I correct that. This is for all of item 11. Approve as amend with the detail I mentioned about the specific 11-5 item. So for the entire item 11, I'll do roll call. Okay, Bill Zelmer.
yes.
Here. David Field.
Yes.
Here. Renee Amy.
Yes.
Sudhir Agrawal.
Aye.
Mike Stone.
Yes.
Cheryl Domnich.
Yes,
And Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
Unanimous.
Michael, I have a question for you.
Yes,
Is the way that I made this motion more confusing for the Building Standards Commission or because,
no,
okay,
no, in fact, it was a better way than breaking it into a bunch of motions, and that's a perfect way to do it. So that worked out fine.
oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, good suggestion. Okay, item 12.
Okay, Richard, back to you.
Okay, I would like to suggest we group item 12 and 13 together. Even there's a lot of content, there's very few edits here.
Agreed.
For item 12, line 6, there's actually 2 airborne infection isolation rooms, and we're just adding the word intensive care in line 6 to clarify between that and a med surg unit. And then that's the only change to that table. And in item 12, we're adding a sub number near the very bottom to patient toilet room under 1226, and then adding that footnote that says not required for primary care, chronic dialysis, rehab, or psychology clinics. There's a lot of confusion as when a patient toilet room did need a nurse call, and there were a lot of people putting nurse call in patient toilet rooms when they weren't going anywhere.
And
So-
somebody help me align myself. It says item 12, chapter 12, interior environment. And then item 13, chapter 12, interior environment. Are we talking about item or are we talking about chapter? I'm kind of a little confused. Sorry about that.
They're both for chapter 12, which is titled interior environment. The
Right.
tables are different.
Oh, okay.
So we're
We are
taking
talking
on
about items. We are not talking chapters.
items 12 and 13, right?
Correct. Almost all of our edits are to chapter 12.
Right. I noticed that. But on the printed version, which I have, like both OSPAT 4-21, ISO PT 2V1, that's what I have. And I'm only seeing 2 lines on item 12, and I'm seeing 4 lines on item 13. So,
In the ISOR?
yeah.
Yeah, this is defining what was changed in each item. So there's a lot of content in the express terms because we had to add the table for clarity, but we are only making small edits.
I can go to express terms. I can check it. Right, continue. Sorry about that.
Yeah, feel free throughout the proceedings today to ask just those sort of questions, Sudhir. It is going to be difficult to track it because we're not all in the same room.
Right.
And I know for myself, I'm looking at the screen to see your faces, and I'm looking at my PDFs that I have on my other screen, and it is a little challenging.
So should I be looking at express terms instead? I have a printed copy of both of them.
I'm looking at my express terms tracking along as I listen to Richard.
So that is page 7.
Well, on my PDF, I'm looking at, well, the
Sudhir,
numbering may be
Page
different.
9.
yeah, Sudhir, in your printed version on page 9, in the express terms, there's a table.
Yes.
And it's line item, item number 12 is line item 6, where the word intensive care is added. Okay,
Yes,
and item number 13 is on page 10 in your printed version. And that is adding footnote 1 at the very bottom of the page.
got it. I'm on the same page now. Thank you.
If- In a lighthearted note, it helps to know what we're voting on.
Yeah, and everybody's looking at it differently. I mean, looking at it in paper for me is much easier also than the PDF and doing the Zoom at the same time.
Right.
Actually, you know what? Okay, let me put whoop. I'm on.
You're on. Renee,
My
did you have a
apology.
question?
I'm tracking along and okay. Thank you for explaining that on that item 13, the environment table, that the 1 is a footnote. And my question would then be footnote to what? Where am I missing that footnote being?
Column 1226 and second to the last dot, or the last dot on the bottom, but second to the last line.
Oh, the little T. Okay, got it. It's so small. It
It's
looks
an
like
underlined one. It looks like a T.
well on my screen it looks like just more dirt. I'm sorry to say, but that's what I see. So I couldn't see where. Thank you. The challenges of electronics, right?
Yeah, I wish we could highlight it.
Yeah.
So in terms of the substance of this, and Richard, of course, feel free to correct me if I don't get this quite right. The importance to us, the 1226 is clinics, and this is requiring that you have a nurse call system in the toilet room in an OSHPD 3 clinic.
It's actually requiring that you don't, or allowing you not to require it.
No.
Because
Thank you.
if you look at how the code is written, it says go back to 1226.4.3 through 8 to meet the requirements of primary care. 4.2 is the requirement for the nurse call. So it skips that. So this is just adding a clarification. And if you look at the electrical code, it actually points you to this table, which does require it in a patient toilet room, and nobody goes back to the text of the code. So this is adding that kind of a 3-way connection to make it clear that it's not required.
Thank you, that helps. I explained that wrong. I appreciate it.
Bill, I had a question for Richard
Yes.
down here. Is that a clarification, or is that actually a change in the requirements for the nurse call, not in those particular?
Clarification, it actually has never been required, but
Okay.
we see a lot of facilities, they are putting them in the patient toilets in a primary care clinic, and
Okay.
there's no requirement to do so.
Okay, great, thanks.
Any other questions for Richard? Hearing none, we'll go to the Zoom raised hand on the phones.
So there are no hands raised in Zoom. We'll check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Okay, back to the committee. I'd like to entertain a motion.
I will make a motion to approve item number 12 and item number 13.
I second it.
Thank you.
Any dialogue from the committee? Hearing none, we'll go to a vote.
All right. This is including items 12 and 13 together, which are the 2 tables that were being discussed for interior environment hospital miscellaneous requirements. And it was approved and submitted by Cheryl, moved by Cheryl and seconded by Sadir, and I'll do roll call. Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
David Field,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sudhir Agarwal,
Aye.
Mike Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Domich,
Yes.
Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous. Item 14.
Richard, back to
Thank
you.
you. Okay, item 14 is a new table that we're adding. First, I'll just hit some of the before the table. Under 1224.4.11 is interior finishes. And it's basically adding a pointer to this table for imaging, examination, treatment, procedure, and operating rooms to see the table for the types of finishes. The same thing under ceilings, the same thing. We're just adding the pointers to this table. And that's where you'll get there. Now, the table itself may look a little confusing, but what we did, we actually originally had two tables, one for imaging rooms and one for the treatment, procedure, and ORs. But all the requirements were identical for each of those for the different classes. So we put them into one table. So if you look at the beginning of the table on the left under room, you have your exam and treatment rooms and your class 1 imaging. Then there's an example of the uses for those types of rooms as more for guidance. From room type, location, and surfaces are identical requirements for each of those. Room type means the room that must be, in this case, unrestricted, and its location is how it's accessed, in this case, from an unrestricted area, and that it has the floor, wall, and ceiling requirements. That's typical for each of these sections. So the next section is procedure room and class 2 imaging room, and then which are the same, and then operating room and class 3 imaging room. And again, these are following the requirements of FGI for these types of rooms. One of the things I wanted to point out was that for the procedure room and the class 2 imaging room, the location, this is where it's specific, say access from an unrestricted or semi-restricted area. And Cheryl, that goes back to one of your earlier comments that this does apply to both conditions, because it could be in a sterile environment, but does not have to be. So I can answer any questions you might have on this table.
Okay, let's open it up to the committee for a discussion. Any questions for Richard?
I've got a couple, if I may, and it may just be the way this PDF was generated, but on my end, as I scroll through, some of the material looks to be more, for lack of a better term, densely underlined than other aspects. Is that intended, or is that just something that happened when this was created as a PDF and sent out to us?
I think it's just a graphical thing. It's not intentional.
Okay. And then the other question or comment I would have, as we get down to the bottom of the table, which is on page 12 of 34, describing the room as operating room, the use goes to invasive procedures with footnote 3, and then immediately to a capital any procedure. None of the other uses have that feature to them. I'm wondering if, I appreciate the idea that these are invasive procedure areas and that there's a footnote to indicate what the definition is. That's really good and makes sense. But why it then immediately launches into that description without any punctuation or anything to clarify why it does that. Again, that may be picayune, but I'm looking for clarity.
No, that's a good comment. And it should be, first of all, it's not a capital any, and there should be a comma preceding that. It should be invasive procedures or the word or any class 2 procedure during which patient will require physiological monitoring. I think the word or should be in there instead.
Okay. So I would urge that we modify that table to have the word or following procedures in both instances and that any be lowercase, start with a lowercase a. Thank you.
Thank you.
Q&A. Comment from Sudhir.
My understanding on the code side is if we are underlining means there are changes. So all the items which are underlined, since we are adding these two as new tables, that is the reason everything is underlined, that everything is changed. That is my understanding. As we will see further down, anything which is underlined means it's a change. If it is crossed out, it means it's deleted and changed from the previous one. And then we have like italic, then there is a different.
Yeah, that's
meaning of
correct.
it.
I believe Renee was stating that his copy is darker on certain line items. But the intent is still the same.
I believe that's caused from when we convert to PDF. Sometimes it muddies the water a little bit, if you will.
Yeah, and converting each table to make these accessible to for a reader is very difficult. These are all invisible cells.
Okay, thank you.
So Richard, I've got two comments that are related. Potentially a big deal. So I wanted to talk this over with you. The two issues are the placement in what appears to be finishes. Is that appropriate? And then the second comment that's related to that. So you know, obviously code work very well. Is the nature of this table that these are the requirements? You know how sometimes you have a requirement that's written in a paragraph and then you refer to the table and the table is not regulatory in its nature. So when we see the language in each of these columns, is that telling us this is the regulation?
Yes,
Does
I
that
have
make
not
sense?
heard that tables are not regulatory. They are enforceable. I don't understand the first comment you made.
So
Not sure how
the
to
first
answer.
one is, as I'm going through this chapter, blah, 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 chapter 12 interior
You're talking about
environment.
the actual location of where this table is located?
Yeah, it falls under interior finishes. So
Correct.
it's kind of weirding out. Buried in there, it's telling us these are the requirements, the functional requirements for this type of room and that type of room. Doesn't seem to have anything to do with finishes. So am I not understanding that?
Really the whole thing is to do with finishes, the type of surfaces, flooring, walling, and flooring, wall, and ceiling requirements. We are adding in the room types and the location as a general guide to how we're separating the procedure room from the invasive type rooms, things like that. So we felt that we are adding the pointers elsewhere to this as well. So we felt this was a good place for it because it's primarily purpose to identify the surfaces within each type of room. And we're just adding the additional content for location and room type. And that is more, it's guidance, but it is what is required by Title 22 as well.
Let me follow up with another comment on that. So
Sure.
Let me just, for example, under the first item, exam and treatment room. Under the use, patient care may require high-level disinfected or sterile instruments, but does not require the environmental controls of a procedure room. Is this the place that the code is telling me if I have an exam room, the uses allowed are defined there? Because if it says anything else elsewhere in the code, I'm going to be left wondering, well, wait a minute, in this table it says this, but in another section, the language is a little different.
This is the only section that would identify the type of uses of a room. And as I mentioned before, the uses are going to be procedure-based, and they do require a functional program, and they will go to CDPH because we will get a project coming in that says it's a class 1 or a class 2 imaging room, and it turns out they're doing something that's highly invasive in that list of procedures, and it would be bumped up to a class 3 room. So that is not something that we as a building department would be enforcing. So we do work with CDPH on each one of these. We currently do. Every imaging room or procedure room does go through CDPH approval to make sure that the list of procedures that are given to us are appropriate for that type of room environment. This is just giving us that additional room category, the procedure room or the class 2 imaging room, and it is going to be procedure based. And these are examples of the type. It's not really examples of the type of procedures, but kind of a description of what the level of environment should be. As you know, like an example for the procedure room, you still have a lot of the same requirements of an OR, but because of the type of procedures, you're not opening up a body cavity fully and exposing it. You're pretty much using something, injecting it into a vein or into an artery and, image guided or something like that. You are penetrating the skin, but it's not an open, I don't want to call it open wound, but an open cavity of the body. So there's a lesser requirement for sterility in those rooms. And the way the code's currently written is that any penetration of the skin would force you into an OR, and that was not the intent. That's even, like I said, we worked very closely with CDPH on this to identify the differences, and we continue to do so with each project. Because this is something we're not the professionals on, but it does make a big difference if you put a room in an imaging department and find out it's invasive, you can no longer use that room for the procedures that were intended.
So one last thing. So as an example, under operating room, the location column says, so just so everybody can follow along, I'm on page 12 of 34. Under operating room, it's accessed from a semi-restricted area.
Correct.
It says that here in this table. I think it also says that elsewhere in the code.
Under the definition of semi-restricted and restricted, it'll clarify that as well.
So that's kind of my caution. Those languages better align everywhere through this table. Otherwise, there's going to be a, wait a minute, paragraph X says this, but the table says something different.
Yes, the table is identifying that it can be accessed from a semi-restricted area. The definition would be under the definitions of what a semi-restricted area is, because the room type is restricted.
Okay, I will let it go.
A good point. I appreciate the input.
Certainly. So Renee and then Sudhir.
Yeah, and just because this is fast, and here's an example where a footnote helps to follow up on your point, Bill. It's footnote number 1, and fortunately, footnote number 1 starts, is indicated at the very top, at the header of this table, and it mentions that it reads, and I think it's a really good wording, this table includes a brief description of the services performed in these room types and a summary of some applicable requirements that appear elsewhere in the California Building Code. So this is more and I hate to use terms like this, right? But this is like a cheat sheet, okay? This is, you can look at this and it's a general guide and, but there may be other stuff elsewhere. And so kudos, because as we all know, one of the great things about building codes is they tend to come where you have to look here, and you never get it all in one reasonably compact form. So in a way, yes, it is a cheat sheet, but it helps, right? so there.
Good point. I appreciate that. Sudhir, you got a comment?
Okay, yeah. On the table, it says exam room, and what you were trying to distinguish, Bill, I'm just trying to give some example, like cortisone injection when it is given to the patient, or the spinal cord fluid extraction. They probably will fall under the category of exam for the treatment room, versus the other one will be falling when you have a surgery or something else in more detail under the procedure room or the operating room. Am I correct, Richard?
I believe so. Yeah, again, we're not trying to identify the procedures. We're just trying to identify examples of the type of environment. But yes, you're correct.
All right, other comments from the committee? Any questions for Richard? It looks like we got a Cheryl.
Yes. Okay. Yes, I think that this section of interior finishes is the right location for the surfacing. The language that's used under the surfaces column refers to floors, floor finishes, wall finishes, and ceiling finishes. And in fact, that would align up with Chapter 8 of the California Building Code, which predominantly focuses on the fire protection aspects. However, it's also an interior finish chapter. And so I think the location that this is placed in Chapter 12 for this information is appropriate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Other comments from the committee? Hearing none, let's go to the public. The raised hands on Zoom, and if anyone has a phone comment, please get in the queue.
There are no hands raised in Zoom. We'll check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Okay, then back to the committee. Do we have a motion?
I would like to make a motion regarding item number 14, and I'll address all 3 subsections for 14-1 approve, 14-2 approve, and 14-3 for approve as amended. And that would be amending the last 2 room headings for operating room and class 3 imaging room to modify the first line of each of these to change it to read invasive procedures or any, and then continue with the text as written.
Thank you,
No.
Cheryl.
Criteria number, Cheryl?
Sorry.
4. Cheryl, what do you think of number 4?
I'm actually going to go with
Okay.
6 because it
Okay,
provides clarity, because it's providing additional clarity.
good. I'll go
Thank
with
you.
that. I'll second it.
Any discussion from the committee? Hearing none, let's take it to a vote.
Okay, this is for item 14. And there, it's approved as amend for the 3rd sub-item, which is 14-3, table 1224.4.11.4A, new table, to amend the last 2 categories, operating room and classroom, under the use column to add the term or, and then change the word any to lowercase in both items. And I'll go ahead and do a roll call. Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
David Field,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sudhir Agrawal,
Aye.
Mike Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Dominich,
Yes.
let's see, Sharon Joey.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous. Before we move on to item 15, I suggest this is a perfect time to take a little 10-minute bathroom break.
You're one step ahead of me. I was going to do exactly the same.
All right, awesome.
So we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
think we can get started again. I'm not sure. Looks like everybody's back. Go when you're ready.
Cheryl. Oh,
Yes, I'm back. I'm back.
All right. I believe we're leaving off at, or picking up at item 15.
Correct.
Do we need to do anything, Michael, to restart?
No, you're fine.
Okay, Richard. No volume, Richard. One more time. There we go.
Okay, I don't know what just happened, but you flipped to my ear instead of the speakers. So sorry, my thing randomly switches my microphones on me throughout the day, so I never know which one I'm talking to. So
Understood.
okay, item 15 I'll keep alone just because of 16 might be a little more, but item 15 is very, we're just correcting it. Said we're adding existing building code to that and correcting the chapter for compliance for SPC and PC compliance. It's just they was overlooked when we changed to the existing building code previously.
Okay, sounds good. Any questions for Richard from the committee? Hearing none. I want to go, I know we're moving kind of fast, but this is a short and easy one. So to the public, any comments from either Zoom or on the phone?
And just as a reminder, those on Zoom, if you'd like to comment, please use the raised hand feature. If you're on the phone, please press 1 and then 0 to put yourself in queue for comment. There are no hands raised in Zoom. I'll check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Thank you, Barbara. Back to the committee. We get entertain a motion.
Cheryl Donmich, I'll make a motion to approve.
Renee, Amy, and I'll second.
Thank you.
Any further dialogue from the committee? Hearing none, let's go to a vote.
Okay, roll call. Okay, this is for item number 15, approved as submitted. I'll do roll call. Bill Zelmer.
Yes.
Okay, David Field.
yes.
Renee Amy.
Yes.
Sudhir Agrawal.
You're muted.
Sudhir, you're muted. I can see you talking, Sudhir, but we can't hear you.
He may be having audio.
Technical problems, yeah. We'll come back. Mike Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Domnich,
Yes.
and Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Okay, and we'll go back to Sudhir. Thumbs
He
up.
gave us
Okay,
the
we'll
thumbs
take
up.
that. All right, we'll go for that. All right, that's unanimous. Item 16, thank you.
Item 16, I'll just walk through this one real quick. Previously, there was a provision added to not share support services between nursing units, and it didn't really make a lot of sense when you have back-to-back nursing units or nursing units that are based on a hub system that they cannot share certain support functions. So we removed the requirement that they have to be in each nursing unit and added that basically provide another provision that it has to have at least direct access to the unit it serves. And then we provide the examples here, or they're not examples, they're actually in the code, but like a nursing supervisor in office, you may have a supervisor that can manage more than one unit, so it can be shared. Clean utility room, long as it has direct access to each unit it's serving. Same with soil utility, nourishment, room, so going through these. Equipment storage, centralized bathing. Actually, we go to special bathing facilities. This is actually separate from what I just explained. We are no longer requiring a special bathing roll-in shower. We are providing it, leaving it in the code as an option, but not many of them are used, and we constantly get alternate methods of compliance to remove them. And so we're just removing that as a required function in concurrence with CDPH. That is not required, but it will remain as an option. And the rest is renumbering.
Thank you, Richard. Any questions from the committee for Richard? Cheryl?
Yes, section 1224.14.2.10, which is item 16-5. It looks like the language, each nursing unit has been retained, and I'm questioning whether this is intentional or if it should be deleted.
It's actually intentional, and it I looked at that again yesterday because I had to take a second look, but actually a nourishment area or room is required, and it is required for each nursing unit. So we just want to make sure that it is provided. Again, if it can be improved on its language, that's fine, but the idea is that a nourishment area or room must be provided for each nursing unit.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
you guys are flipping around on me, so I'm losing track of where you're at on my screen.
yeah, I just wanted the clarification to make sure that it wasn't an oversight on Ashpad's part, but if that's the intent, I'm fine with the language.
Yeah, and we just changed it. You say provided in each nursing unit. We're just saying for. It was just a simpler edit. And because these actually, a lot of people don't realize these can be areas. They don't have to be physical rooms. So it opens up that flexibility. Thank you.
Other questions for Richard?
If I may,
Renee?
I'm curious about these special bathing facilities with the whole if provided. And it almost goes down to, it seems like the important element here, the only important element is that that special bathing facility shall include space for an attendant. And so it almost seems like, why is it here? I mean, I understand that you mentioned very rapidly the changes in how people are doing things, facilities are doing things, but is this really, I mean, it sounds weird to ask, is this really something that needs to be in the code? Or, you know, do you see where I'm headed with that?
Yes, actually, it's a good reason that we were going to, it actually has been required. You have to have it. And the distinguishing factor here is not only a space for attendant, but patients on gurneys. It's a roll-in type shower. I've literally required these in facilities I was the architect on, and I went into those rooms before the project was over, and there was IT racks in them because they were required to have them. They weren't using them. So a lot of, like I said, we get constant requests not to include them. We have a few facilities that do use them, but they're basically using, sponge baths in the patient rooms now. But so we're allowing the allowance for it. And if they are provided, we want to make sure that they're rolling type, gurneys can be rolled in and there's space on the sides for the attendants.
So as a follow-up question then, is it just because, right? Codes are usually there to make sure, boom, rules are followed and all that. Is this something you foresee, and this is more a personal question, I guess, than professional, eventually go in the way of the dodo kind of thing? Or is there always going to be this provision? Originally we were going to clarify that it was actually required. And when we talked to CDPH, they said, we really don't need them, but we do see them. So basically it came down to, if you provide it, you still need to meet a minimum requirement for space. Because these rooms are very large. And we see them, even before we saw them putting these in there and then throw a toilet in the corner, trying to make it a bathroom, but it doesn't work that way.
So these are something that some people use. We see them a lot in the bariatric units. But basically, again, it's like if it's rather than remove it completely, we said if you're going to provide it, make sure it's large enough that you can roll a gurney in and still have room on the sides of it for an attendant.
Okay.
I might tack on to that. There's a whole discussion about accessibility that could play out. That's one of the key points. That type of a room is designed for an attendant to bathe you. You're not bathing yourself. The whole point is when you're not able to, then this would be a room you can do that. So I noticed that it happens to still be in FGI. CDPH, State of California, has said they're not going to enforce it. Personally, I'm fine with that. As an operator of facilities, we could always put one in if we want to. And if we do, we have to have space for an attendant. So I'm good with the language.
Question for Richard. Question for Richard.
Yes.
I'm reading special bathing facility. If provided, comma, special bathing facility, ... So it implies we can have a facility without a special bathing facility. Is that the intent?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Richard? Okay, hearing none, let's open it up to the public comment. First, any raised hands on Zoom and then any phone calls?
There are no hands raised in Zoom. We'll check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Thank you. So back to the committee. I'd like to entertain a motion.
Motion to approve as submitted.
Second, Stone.
Thanks, Mike.
Any further comment from the committee? Any discussion? Hearing none, let's go to a vote.
Okay, so roll call vote for item 16 and all of its sub-items. This was approved as submitted by Sadir and seconded by Mike Stone. Roll call vote. Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
David Field,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sadir Agrawal,
Aye.
Mike Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Dominich,
Yes.
Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous. Next item, 17.
Okay, Richard.
Okay. Item 17, the first paragraph here under general, we have been requested actually by the facilities to add the sterile cores to the under restricted areas. And what a sterile core is the space between operating rooms that they keep all their supplies, their sterile, scalpels and et cetera in that space. And it does need to be at the same level as the operating room. So we've just added that definition in there because we actually, believe it or not, we have a lot of people trying to put it out in an unrestricted area, and these are sterile environments. Also adding the pointers for the procedure rooms here under surgery, basically saying if it is a procedure room, it points you to the other section for a procedure room. And the rest is just renumbering.
Well, thank you, Richard. Any questions for Richard from the committee?
Yeah, if I may, thank you. Thank you for defining the term sterile core, because I wound up looking that up because I don't know what it is. And so that begs the question, where is that defined?
We don't define all the services in the hospital, so it would be someone that was familiar with the facility would have that. I mean, that's not something that we would define.
Okay, and so what that would mean then is it would be any essentially restricted area that can only be reached through a semi-restricted area.
Yeah, and the reason, again, let me just clarify, the reason we don't define it is because we don't have any requirements for it. It's just something that they do use in the hospital. And again, this was actually requested from facilities to add it in there so that it is, designers are trying to put it in a semi-restricted area. And once you bring those utensils out of that area into a semi-restricted, they're contaminated. They can't be used.
Right.
So that's the purpose, but the definition is not in there.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Richard? Okay, let's go to the public. Raised hands on Zoom or anybody on the phone?
There are no hands raised in Zoom. I'll check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Thank you. So I'd like to entertain a motion.
Motion
make
to
a
approve.
motion.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
Go
I'll
ahead,
make
go
a
ahead.
motion to approve item 17 as submitted.
Second,
Thanks, Sharon. Who was the second? I'm sorry.
Sudhir.
Thank you.
Any further discussion from the committee? Hearing none. Let's take it to a vote.
Okay, thank you. This is for item 17 and the 3 sub-items. As approved and submitted by Sharon Goey, seconded by Sudhir Agarwal. Do roll call vote. Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
David Field,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes,
Sudhir Agarwal,
Aye.
Mike Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Dominic,
Yes.
and Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous. Item 18.
Okay, Richard.
Okay, item 18. You'll actually see the same thing elsewhere in here. One of the things we try to do is define the clearances around beds in different situations. It was getting, some of them had specific requirements, others didn't have any requirement. So we tried to catch all of those and provide one that was appropriate for the type of space they were using. In this case, it's a PACU, or a recovery and post-anesthesia care unit. And we just clarified the dimensions at the side of the bed at 3 feet, and then a minimum width of 6 feet of access circulation outside of the curtain shall be provided. And this is where you get into the conflict of it should it be 8 feet or 6 feet, because the corridor or a route to transport patients. So we defined it as 6 feet between the curtains, and that actually allows a 2-foot cushion on either side for equipment. And we also point to just the definition of the patient bay under, this is primarily for bays. So we point to that definition. Again, you'll see this come up in various forms throughout this. Like I said, we're really trying to clarify the language so there's not this discrepancy out there in the field.
Thank you, Richard.
And just to follow up, this is, we did try to take existing language and just carry it forward to similar uses, not reinvent the wheel here.
Any questions for Richard?
yeah, one thought here is the last line of that, see patient bay under patient care locations. Am I guessing correctly that the word patient in patient bay should be, see the P capitalized?
You're correct. As
Okay,
soon as you said that, I saw that.
cool.
Yes. Thank you.
So with that, that would be a modification or
Yeah.
amendment. There we go.
Any other questions for Richard?
Cheryl has her hand up.
Oh, there we go. Cheryl. You're on mute, Cheryl.
Yes, this is, most of this is existing language, but I'm hoping just for a clarification. In the first paragraph, it addresses a minimum of 4 feet between the sides of patient gurneys. And then the next sentence says a minimum of 5 feet between the sides of gurneys. Can you explain that discrepancy, Richard?
Yes, let me take a quick look at it. Yeah, the 5 feet is between beds. The 4 feet is between hard fixed obstacles, walls, cabinets, things like that.
Say
Yeah,
that
maybe the or beds should not be there. The 5 feet is a dimension required between beds for a PACU.
between, but not gurneys? I'm
Or
still,
between gurneys and beds or beds. But
um,
the 4 feet clearance should be provided between the sides and the foot of the patient gurney. And it says or beds, that or beds probably could be deleted. And it should say and adjacent walls or fixed elements. That's the intent, was between the fixed elements.
okay, so the first part is between a bed and a wall or a gurney and a wall. And then the second one is in between 2 gurneys or 2.
Correct, correct. There
Okay.
was, yeah, I would propose to delete the word or beds at the first sentence. That adds confusion.
Yeah, that's not what's adding to the confusion. It's the way the sentences are framed, but yeah. Okay. Most of this is existing language, and if this hasn't come up as a problem to Ashpat, I imagine the community understands what they're looking at, so I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, the problem comes up between curtains.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Richard? Hearing none, let's go to the public. Any comments from our folks on Zoom? Any raised hands or anybody on the phone?
There are no raised hands in Zoom. We'll check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Thank you. So back to the committee. I'd like to entertain a motion.
Carol, do you want to delete the word or on the second sentence?
I would like to delete the word or beds.
Yeah, right.
So
Thank
question
you.
for staff, Michael, is this the sort of thing that we need a motion to make that editorially kind of change?
I would say that if all it was going to be done was to change the lowercase p to a capital P, that could be approved and submit with an editorial correction to make that a capital letter. But if you're going to change or beds, that's an approve as amend, and you'd have to get a
Okay.
vote on
So I move that be changed and delete the word or beds on this item 18. That's the motion.
So help me catch up. The or beds, where is
On the
that?
second sentence.
in the existing language under space requirements.
Oh, right. It's
Right.
so that's not part of their proposal. Is that okay?
Not part of the proposal. Yeah,
I mean, what I would say is if you want them to look at that, the best way to handle and how we've been doing it in other code advisories, so you don't have to try to write code on the floor, would be to recommend a further study. And then the agency can take it back. And if Richard feels that they want to remove that language, they can make that change before it goes out to 45 day. And then it can be commented on at 45 day that way. Otherwise, we discourage crafting language on the floor only because we think it's good here and it may turn out that somebody else has better ideas. So we try to avoid it.
well, Sudhir, if it's okay with you, I support the change that's proposed. And I'd like to, and since Ashpat has expressed interest in changing the language for clarity, then I would like to make a motion. Sudhir, do you want to keep your motion?
Yeah, go ahead, but go ahead with your suggestion.
Okay.
I'll amend my motion accordingly.
All right, I would like to make a motion for further study I'm comfortable with the language, but the further study is to address the overall language and see if there's any editorial changes that are necessary, just to approve grammatically and intent, just for clarification. So that would be my further study motion.
So do you want me to amend that motion, my motion, or should I withdraw my motion?
I think
Yeah, either that or withdraw, and then Cheryl can
Okay.
make it, and then we'll.
Okay. Okay, I'll withdraw my motion and
Okay.
I'll second the Cheryl's motion.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay, so before we take any other action, I'll go ahead and clarify. So we're talking about item number 18, and this is one item, the space requirements. And the recommendation is to further study. We'll need a 9-point for that. From Cheryl Domnich, seconded by Sudhir Agarwal, for Ashpad to go back and look at the potential removal of the phrase "or beds" within the second sentence of the existing language space requirements paragraph.
I have a comment, if I could, before you proceed. Once I went back and looked at this, actually the "or beds" is correct language. It's saying for patient burning, they're talking about the dimensions for gurneys or beds.
Okay. So,
I'm going to withdraw my motion. I'm going to withdraw my motion and say approve as submitted, acknowledging that there'll be an editorial change to capitalize patient.
perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah,
My
I'll go back
apologies.
with my second. I'll keep my second again. Thank you.
Okay.
Sounds good. So
Okay,
I'd like to comment too before we take our vote.
you bet.
So this is an area where I know as a code user, there's 100 other places where this occurs, probably more like 200 or 300, where there's a reference in the code to gurneys or gurneys and beds, or just beds, or litters, which is a term that nobody uses anymore. And it's not super consistent throughout the code. It would be great if it was super consistent, but it's just not currently. So that issue could be larger than life. We could ask Ashpad to go through and clean it all up and use one comment, one term, either gurneys or beds, or gurneys and beds both.
Or a
It's
footnote
something
saying
that-
they're synonymous.
Yeah, so I accept they mean the same thing for practical purposes. Nobody says, no, that's a bed, that's not a gurney.
Noted.
Yeah, so enough said. Let's go ahead and go to a vote then on the motion on the table.
Okay, yes, so I won't restate. I think we all know we're doing approve and submit. So this is for item 18, and I'll do the roll call. Bill Zellner,
Yes,
David Field,
Yes.
thank you, Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sudhir Agarwal,
Aye.
Mike Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Domnich,
Yes.
Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Now, I don't recall, I believe before the first motion was stated, did we go to the phone and go to, yes, so we took care of that before that first motion was done. The motion withdrawn, new motion, you guys are good to go. So that's a unanimous vote. We can move on to item 19.
all right, item 19, Richard.
Okay, item 19 is actually, previously we added the requirements for procedure room. This is adding the requirements for the class 2 diagnostic imaging room. It actually breaks down the different classes here for more of a, this is where an imaging room used for class 1 and 2 procedures, the more strict used for class 1 and 2, the more stringent requirements for the higher classroom shall apply. And so it just kind of addresses if there's multiple uses in the room, that the higher requirement would need to be done or meet the requirements of that environment. I can read through this if you'd like. The following language is already in the code, so we just added the definitions between the class 1 and 2, the breakdown. In addition to that, under minimum requirements for imaging, Title 22 actually still requires one fluoroscopy room be provided as a basic service of a hospital, but it doesn't require that those be the seismically certified components. So we're basically adding a option instead of just a fluoroscopy room being seismically certified, that instead the facility can choose to use a CT room. They'd still be required to have the fluoroscopy room right now until Title 22 is changed, which they are updating to reflect this. So we're kind of keeping a little bit ahead of Title 22 on this by adding the option for either a fluoroscopy room or a CT room to be seismically certified. Also, because we're moving to electronic images, the space for processing images is being revised to processing and viewing or viewing. And under item 6 here, we're breaking down for the different classes when a hand washing fixture is required or not required. For class 3, you are not allowed to have a hand washing fixture and you have to have a scrub sink outside. So that is breaking down the intricacies of where a hand washing fixture is allowed. And then under item 1224.18.1.1 for radiation protection, again, just identifying the requirements for the different types of environments for radiation protection. And last, well, actually it's not last, actually there's quite a few here. 1224.18.1.2, if there is multiple modalities, you do have to meet the requirements for both modalities. And moving into the MRI, we're adding the definitions for safety zones, which in my opinion is long overdue. We, you have zones 1 through 4 for an MRI for safety because of the magnetic fields. So we're actually adding that definition, and this is also coming from FGI. So we're in alignment with them. And then lastly, in MRI is we have, as Bill was mentioning earlier about gurneys and beds, we had imaging equipment rooms, computer rooms, electronic rooms, all these different terms for the same thing. So we're all calling it imaging equipment room for all of them. So again, you'll see that later on as well. And lastly, and truly lastly for this item is for ultrasound, we are told by the facilities that this is not a procedure room and should be classified as an exam room, which actually goes in line with the previous changes. And we're also identifying if everyone thinks of ultrasound requiring a patient toilet. We're basically saying if it is used for cardiology, vascular, or breast ultrasound, the additional toilet is not required to be part of that exam room. And the option, if they provide their own processing within the ultrasound area, just the requirements for the processing room. And this is the exact same language that we have for endoscopy. I'd be happy to answer any questions or go over that in more detail if you'd like.
Oh, we've got a hand up from Cheryl.
Yes, I just have one question on 12.24.18.4, which is item 19-5, and it's on the safety zones. The acronym MR is used instead of MRI. Is that intentional?
Yes, that's actually the term they use.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the MRI is for the individual piece of equipment. The MR is for the space. Good question.
Thank you.
So I'll add again, so there's a lot of material here, a lot of technical material. I did go through item by item and cross-check this against the FGI standards. It looks like it aligns perfectly with FGI recommendations. I'm good with it. So if you could let me ask one question to Richard. So looks like page 17 of 34. Item, so code section 1224.18.1.2, the multiple modality devices. My question, I wrote a little note to myself to ask you about the wording and the clarity of the wording. The part that says The minimum requirements for that room shall include the criteria for each individual contributing modality. I've concluded, I suppose that is the clearest. There may be a clearer way to say it, but the essence of it, I have no argument with, that you have to meet the minimums for each individual modality. And so where they overlap each other, you'll meet the minimum from any and all.
Correct.
So it's sort of an open-ended, gee, if anybody knows of a better, more clearer way to word it, great, but otherwise, I guess I'm okay with it. Hand up, Renee.
Yeah, thank you. And so this goes to the very beginning of this, and I've got to find it. It's at page 15 of 34. And this goes to Bill's earlier comment, actually, about that table that had the wall coverings and floor coverings and ceilings, where interestingly now, and there's probably a reason for it, the pointer for what is basically legal classification goes to that table, which is described, as we've seen, as kind of a general amalgam, but not a definitive source of information. Is there a reason, and this goes to Richard, is there a reason to point to that table instead of an actual code section? And there may be.
Yeah, my answer would be, because that's basically we're identifying all of these items in one location. Otherwise, we'd be sending you to the definitions for procedure rooms, for that, for operating rooms, for and then we break down the imaging rooms separately. So it kind of gives you one place to go.
Okay, it strikes me that this is one of those situations that downstream, when things change, this will lead to something being forgotten to be changed, because unless you set up the intricate interrelationship of what points to what and how and where, somebody's going to come in 5 years and go, yeah, well, this table says this, and the code will have changed elsewhere, and that table may not be updated. That's kind of my concern here.
I note your concern. I actually think the opposite. The table is more likely to be updated and something else forgotten. But
6 to 1, right?
yeah. This is the way we felt it was best to address it, but
okay.
Yeah, if I could add my 2 cents worth, for all of those reasons, I was wondering, it harkens back to our earlier discussion, whether the table ought to be pulled out of finishes, because it ends up being the place where you classify room types and you point to it from here. And I'm thinking, well, I'm sure everybody will figure it out, but it wouldn't be my first choice of the way to do it.
Yeah, because the requirements that they're talking about that support the amount of intervention to be provided is basically in the room finishes and the locations that are in the table.
Right.
So I think we get to the same conclusion.
Understood. Further comments from the committee? Hearing none, let's go to the public. Any raised hands on Zoom or anybody in the phone queue?
There are no hands raised in Zoom.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Okay. So back to the committee, then we want to entertain a motion.
Approved as submitted.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? I'll second it. Bill Zelmer.
Bill?
Any comment from the committee?
I'll just throw out the comment that again, it strikes me that part of the goal of all of this building codes is clarity and improving clarity and an ease of understanding for everyone involved. And that, again, I think the use of that table sets this up for problems in the future where we're going to see somebody go through in a few years and say, why in the world was it done this way? And so I'll vote to approve when it comes time, but it's kind of like one of those, I know in my heart of hearts that somebody's going to come back to me and say, why did you vote to approve? And I'm going to say, because staff said, and everybody else went along, and it just ain't the way to write a bestseller. Let's put it that way, even if it will be, right? They're going to sell a lot of copies. So my 2 cents worth again.
Good one.
Thank you, Renee, for your colorful language.
Yeah, this is Cheryl Domnich. Even though I did in fact support the changes in the interior finish section, I just want to acknowledge that I now more clearly see what Bill's point was and also Renee's point regarding the fact that, yes, that last column in the table addresses the interior finishes. But if you're being sent there for purposes other than interior finish, that does in fact lack some clarity.
Agree. Good point.
So I'd like to suggest, so these comments are regarding an earlier item. Richard has heard them. I will leave it to Ashpad to decide if they want to propose something else down the road. We probably should separate out our comments in that regard from this particular item that we have a motion on, though. So, any further discussion? I don't want to cut off any discussion.
I guess, Bill, I just want to ask you, will the users of Chapter 12 be able to get to the information that they need readily?
I think they will. I think people will figure it out. Somebody may complain and say, gee, but people will figure it out.
Okay.
So any further comments from the committee before we take a vote? Hearing none. Michael, let's take a vote.
Yes, sir. So this is for item 19, all of its sub items. As approved is submitted by Sudhir and seconded by Bill. And I'll do a roll call vote. Bill Zelmer.
Yes.
David Field.
Yes.
Renee Amy.
Yes.
Sudhir Agarwal.
Aye.
Mike Stone.
Yes.
Cheryl Domnich.
Yes.
And Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous. Thank you. Item 20.
Cheryl, I just want to thank you. I'm on the same page all the way along once you clarified it.
Okay.
All right, Richard.
Item 20. This is for pharmacy. The current previous code required that the locker room, toilet facilities, and the lounge be directly within the pharmacy. Again, discussing with CDPH. Pharmacy still, the lounge for the staff does need to be dedicated to them, but it can be readily accessible, which means within 200 feet of the department. And for dietetic service space, just a clarification that because a kitchen is a basic service of the hospital, There are approved trailers that can be brought in during construction and used to serve patient food. And that is considered by CDPH an equivalent to the requirement of outside service under 1224.20.3. So in other words, if your kitchen's going to be out of service during construction, they can replace that with a temporary kitchen outside and not require a warming kitchen or any temporary kitchen be built within the facility.
Thank you, Richard. Is there any more?
No, I was going to say I can answer any questions.
Okay, questions for Richard?
So here's a quickie. What are the chances that somebody's going to read that last bit about the temporary mobile kitchen and use that as an excuse or methodology somehow for any construction? Joe's replacing a light switch. We've got some construction going on, so we've shut down our main kitchen and we're using a mobile because here it is for our pharmacy area. It sounds it just strikes me as kind of real broad, and there's got to be a reason you're suggesting it. But I'm curious.
This is under the section for outside services for a kitchen, and it does have to be approved by CDPH if they decide to use a trailer in lieu of a building temporary facilities inside. So I think there are some protections there that someone's going to be changing out a central plant. They're not going to be able to put in a temporary kitchen to support that.
Okay.
If I could add on another comment to that, I know from some experience we have had, as Richard said, that's in a section on outside service. And so when we go through the exercise of remodeling of one of our kitchens, you have to have some other way to do things. Mm-hmm. If you read through the language now, it appears you have to have everything in the temporary version of your kitchen that your permanent kitchen would have. Mm-hmm. So you'd have to effectively build two kitchens. And so this gives us that out to say it's a, quote, temporary, how do we put it, temporary mobile kitchen, implying it's not being held to all the pieces and parts that are required. Is that, Richard,
That's exactly right on. Yes, that's spot on. And unfortunately, a lot of these code revisions are real life experiences trying to be corrected.
Mm-hmm.
So I do have a comment. Oh, I'm sorry, David, you've had your hand up.
Yeah, Renee, I would just say to your point, the preceding sentence does provide clarification that in the event that outside food service is interrupted. So if you're switching out a light fixture, I think the code is fairly clear that that's not an appropriate justification already.
Good point. So I have a comment. It's not directly related to this, but it is related. The male-female gender-neutral toilet room issue and going to the plumbing code to see what the plumbing code says. So forgive me. The plumbing code table 4-2 is confusing and horrible. So I know that we're not considering for discussion right here and now the plumbing code, but I'd like to suggest OSHPD to take a good look at the plumbing code, because the plumbing code does, as I'm sure you know, it specifically has a line item for pharmacies and hospitals, and it specifically says male and female toilet rooms shall be provided. And so then we're all left to figure out the male, female, gender neutral, how many do you need?
Yeah.
I do want to add for this discussion, I do love what you're doing, because we do end up frequently with a pair of male and female staff toilet rooms that are 20 feet away from the pharmacy, but not in the pharmacy. And we have that debate about, well, the code appeared to be saying it has to be in the pharmacy. And this now clarifies it doesn't necessarily have to be inside the pharmacy.
Correct. And noted about your comments about the plumbing code, I agree, it's terrible. On that table, the requirements are very, in a way, punitive when you get into healthcare facilities, because you're required 2 for, public, 2 for staff, 1 for patients. You can have a very small area and have 5 toilets in there. So yes, we're trying to work on that.
Thank you. Other comments from the committee? Hearing none, we'll go to the public. Any raised hands on Zoom or phone calls on the queue?
There are no hands raised in Zoom.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Thank you. So I'd like to entertain a motion.
This is Cheryl Domnich, and I make a motion to approve item 20, including 20-1 and 20-2 as submitted.
I second it.
Any further discussion, comments from our committee? Hearing none, we'll go to a vote.
This is for item number 20, both sub-items. Approved and submitted by Cheryl and seconded by Sudhir. And I'll do roll call. Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
David Field,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sudhir Agarwal,
Yes.
Mike Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Domnich,
Yes.
and Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Okay, it's unanimous. Item 21.
Item 21, I'd like to suggest we combine 21 and 22, as they're both very minor comments.
Sounds good.
On 21, for a central sterile, used to say rooms and spaces shall accommodate. There was a big discussion with CDPH about if you needed separate rooms for clean, dirty, and storage. And it has been determined that spaces are allowed, but they do need to be distinct for their purpose. So you have a distinct clean area or space, a dirty space, a storage space. So we just added the word distinct to help give it a little more emphasis there for that, because that question came up a lot. On item 22, the language was confusing for minimum facilities for the dressing rooms. It said separate dressing rooms for male and female personnel with lockers and a toilet. So we've seen a lot of lockers in the toilet. So we're clarifying that. So to say that the male and female personnel with lockers and a toilet room. And those are the only changes to those items.
Thank you. Any questions for Richard from the committee? Hearing none, let's go to the public. Do we have any raised hands on Zoom or any phone callers on the queue?
There are no hands raised in Zoom.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Thank you. Then I'd like to entertain a motion from our committee.
It's Renee Amy. I move we adopt as presented.
Seconded. This is Cheryl Domnich.
Any further discussion from the committee? Hearing none, let's go to a vote.
Okay. Thank you, Bill. This is for item 21 and 22 to be taken together. Approved as submitted by Renee Amy and seconded by Cheryl. And I'll do roll call. Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
David Field,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sudhir Agarwal,
Aye.
Mike Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Domnich.
Yes.
Thank you. And Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Thank you. That's unanimous. job. 23.
Hey, Richard.
Okay. Item 23, the first two items for procedure room and equipment space, we're just changing the name. X-ray is kind of an obsolete term, so we're replacing it with the imaging equipment in both locations. Under interventional imaging, again, this is where we're correcting. It says electrical equipment room. We're changing to imaging equipment room to be consistent with what we saw before. Under staff changing areas, this is actually the only place in the code that actually just said staff changing areas shall be provided. So we're clarifying in alignment with the other ones, male and female staff changing areas shall be provided. And just clarifying the language that when you're talking about a interventional area, this matches the language from an operating room from surgery, that it goes from an unrestricted area, change their clothing, and then enter directly into an interventional imaging suite. Before it said entered into a semi-restricted corridor, which again, if you get technical, they had to exit into a corridor. Now we're just saying you enter into the suite. For hybrid operating rooms, we're adding the ability to use cameras to view down the bore depending on the type of imaging equipment being used in a hybrid operating room. And this is because there's no way the way these rooms are set up, you have an operating table in one area, imaging equipment in the other. You cannot get the techs to sit where they can see down the bore and still see what's going on the operating table. So with CDPH's blessing, we are allowing cameras to be permitted to provide full view of the patient while positioned inside the bore. And this is, again, kind of straying away from normal standards, but I think we'll be seeing more of this in the future. But for right now, we're only adding it to the hybrid operating rooms. Under the IMRI for section 1224.28.5.5.2, we're just correcting a typo where it had 4.2 and it should have been 4 item 2. This is line item 3 for that section. And that is all the changes for that item.
Okay, looks like we've got a hand up from David Field.
I had a question about item 1224.28.4.8, where you've taken out electrical imaging equipment room. Was the intention also to remove the electronic from before imaging? Because it is a little bit different, but just curious.
On the second line where it says
on
electronic.
The first line, because you've got to let you.
Yes, that was intentional because it says imaging equipment room, and basically following that electronic imaging equipment room, basically that's where the electronics are kept.
Okay.
I mean, if you think that adds confusion, we can delete the word electronic from that, but that was existing language, and we just said electronic equipment before, so we just put the imaging equipment in front of that.
Okay.
Good question. Thank you.
I've got one here, and I know this. It's probably because I'm watching a whole lot of British whodunits. Okay, and they're always talking about CCTV. And again, I mean, we all know everybody, no one ever fights over the meaning of words, right? The idea that cameras shall be permitted to provide for full view of patient while positioned inside bore. That sounds good and it sounds clear, and I would get my cell phone out and take pictures every once in a while because that's what it says is permitted. There's no requirement that it be real-time view. That's clearly the intent, is that you have continuous visual opportunity at all times to see, and most likely in a hospital situation, they're going to be recording. But that's not what this requires. Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, I've been watching a lot of TV.
Yeah, it's just...
No, the term camera is basically we're regulating building standards. So this would be assumed it would be a built-in system. We do get a lot of requests to use cameras in waiting rooms and other areas where you need direct access to a patient, and that is not allowed. And so this is the exception to that rule, because it's impossible to see both at the same time. That's the intent behind that. If someone's playing with words on that, again, this would be a built-in system into the building system, the MRI, actually the operating room system. Actually, if you know, most imaging equipment do have cameras in them, but they cannot be used in lieu of the visual observation.
And that almost makes me wonder if there's a better way to word this that would be the subject of further study. Because again, to me, it's not clear. I understand the intent, but I don't see the regulation. Especially as it reads, cameras shall be permitted as opposed to cameras may be used. The verbiage and the intent behind it strikes me as interesting.
Understand what you're saying. I think the intent is going to be from the people using this will understand what the intent is. I don't know of another option that would be provided here.
And that's why I suggest 45-day study, just to see if there's a better way to write this, to clarify it.
If I may, I believe I looked this up also with the FGI guidelines. I think that is the word for word sentence that came right out of FGI guidelines. I may be wrong on that, but I think so. It doesn't mean there's not a better way to word it, but I think that's why it's worded specifically the way it is.
And I will point out my rationale here goes not just to ease of hospitals and all the rest, but patient safety. The reason you have to have the view is patient safety, and so this isn't as picayune an issue as it might seem.
Right, and that's exactly why we're allowing this, because it's impossible unless you have two people in the room. Because of the way the hybrid rooms are set up, you cannot, and once the patient's in the bore, they're not visible from the tech positions. So this was reviewed by CDPH. And again, if it's a matter of wording, I just don't know how we can, I don't see the confusion personally, but I'm more than willing to look at it.
Renee, I'm fine with the wording. I think you're watching too much TV because I think you're suggesting that someone's going to violate the HIPAA rules. And I think that these days that's just not going to happen. I mean, to anticipate that someone's going to violate HIPAA rules is, I have a very hard time seeing that.
And just to clarify, no, that's not my concern. My concern is what qualifies as a camera, and does it provide continuous real-time streaming? Every 5 minutes you get an image on a screen. The lack of definition in terms of what a camera is and how it functions is a question I would have.
And that would be looked at during plan review when they're proposing the cameras. Those are vetted. Again, this has come through AMC, so we would not, I mean, this is live camera. Again, the number one thing here is patient safety. And they want to see if a patient is in stress or duress during the procedure. So it's live. So
I do want to get that. Michael's had his hand up for a bit here. Michael, comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to say it seems like it's a permissive rule. It's not a requirement. So if somebody's going to use that provision to use cameras, they're going to use something that's going to work for them. They're not going to try to cut corners or get around something. So it's permissive. It's not a requirement. So the language to me seems appropriate.
Thank you, Michael. So I've got a question but let me go to Sudhir first. Go ahead, Sudhir.
On the first sentence on 1224.28 4.8, I will prefer to delete the word electronic.
I'm not sure I caught where that was. Can you
at the very beginning?
1224.28.4.8
imaging equipment room. electronic imaging equipment room. So look, I will prefer to have the word electronic deleted. Imaging equipment room is the right name.
Thank you, Sudhir. So the question I've got for Richard, can you help me understand the requirements with this? Yeah, the staff changing areas. Kind of bigger picture. I don't have a problem with the language. I just want to understand better. The cardiac cath, where is that allowed within a facility? I've always been confused about this. Are we typically in an OR? Are we in a radiology suite or none of the above?
This specific one is for interventional imaging. So it would be an OR type environment. And again, what we're changing is not the requirement for the staff changing areas, but the requirement that there should be both male and female because they do full changing there. And this is the only actually reference that did not say male and female, it just said staff. And of course, we get single locker rooms and nowhere to change.
So my question's related to the entry in and out from an unrestricted area. Again, I don't have a problem with the way you've worded it, but it's understanding if this is in the OR, then those are the male and female staff changing rooms that are part of the OR.
Correct.
Anyway.
Correct. Surgery has their own requirements, which are basically this aligns with, and this is just to correct the requirement for interventional imaging. Because interventional imaging can be done in an OR suite, but they can also have their own interventional suite. So if they're providing their own interventional suite, it's going to have the same requirements for changing.
Thank you. Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, we'll go to the public. Do we have any raised hands from Zoom or any calls in the queue?
There are no raised hands in Zoom.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Okay, back to the committee. Can we get a motion?
I move that the word electronic be deleted from the first sentence in 1224.28.4.8 and rest can be approved as submitted.
Point of order. So Michael, I may need your help on this. The recommendation is outside of what the OSHPD proposal is. The word electronic is, yeah.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think the motion to approve and submit doesn't allow for the modification. So if there is a desire to change the language that's written, you can't do it with an approve and submit. It would be approve and amend or a further study, and then see if the rest of the committee will approve, agree.
I can offer to delete the word electronic if that's any help.
That's all I'm asking for. Thank you.
And we can do approve as amended.
Yes, please.
Okay. So we have a motion. Did we get a second?
No, not yet.
I will second it. Bill Zelmer.
Okay. And a criteria for that?
Criteria is 4.
Okay. Number 4.
4 and 6.
Okay.
All right. Any further discussion from the committee? Hearing none, we'll go to a vote.
Okay, so let me see if I can clarify the motion. We'll do similar to the way we did before. We are approving the item. However, item 23-3, which is 1224.28.4.8 imaging equipment room, is going to have approve as amended based on criteria 4 and 6 to remove the word electronic in the beginning of the sentence following the title. So if that is the motion,
Yes.
Okay, I will go ahead and do a roll call vote. Excuse me. Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
thank you. David Field,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sadir Agarwal,
Aye.
Mike Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Domnich,
Yes,
thank you. Sharon Goey,
Yes.
thank you. Okay, that's a unanimous. Okay. Thank you.
All right, move on to item 24.
I can group item 24 and 25 together if that's okay.
Sure.
Item 24, again, a requirement for refrigerated storage is required in the med station. So we're just adding that requirement at the request of CDPH. And also under the airborne infection isolation room, we're adding under the exception that when approved by a licensing agency, an airborne infection isolation room is not required for small or rural hospitals or protected environment units. Protected environment units is like a bone marrow unit or a burn unit where you do not want negative pressure in there. It's all, the whole thing is positive. So an airborne infection isolation room is negative by nature. So that was putting the exception for a protective environment unit, primarily except for bone marrow units or burn units. And item 25, previously the NICU requirements pointed back to the ICU, which required a 13-foot head wall, which is very large for a NICU requirement. And we're going back to the previous requirement of 11 feet in a NICU. So, because literally with the space requirements for a NICU bed, you can't get a 13-foot head wall in there and still meet the space requirement. It makes it much larger.
Okay, thank you, Richard. Any questions for Richard from the committee?
One quickie here, if I may again. Is there a definition of refrigerated storage?
Yes, there are actually refrigerators that lock that are used in med rooms. They're specific for drugs.
Okay. Thank you.
Others? Any other questions for Richard? Clarifications? So I have one, Richard. You touched on it there, the 11 feet. Are you saying it currently it refers to the main ICU requirements, which are 13 feet? So you're going back to a previous code iteration that had 11 feet?
Correct. Yeah, as you know, or as you may know, the NICU requirements points to the ICU, meets all the requirements of an ICU. Last cycle actually removed the requirement for a nourishment room because the patients don't use nourishment rooms, they use formula rooms. So we're just making it more specific to the needs of a NICU. And the 13-foot head walls were, I mean, it's a lot of space. And to do that, you either need a very shallow bed space or you're making the spaces larger than they require to be. Because the 13-foot is based on a full bed size. And with the NICUs, they're the smaller bassinets.
So the follow-up I have to that, so sort of a what if you take the 11 feet out, that requirement entirely? When I compared this to the FGI language, they say 120 square feet minimum size. I don't think there's a minimum head wall length. Then I don't know. I haven't talked to CDPH like you have. Maybe they want that.
This was reviewed with them, and they agreed to it. There was concern actually about making it smaller because of the requirements for the equipment in a NICU, but it was agreed because of the difference in patient size, this would be acceptable. And then again, if they use columns for head walls, you're not going to get 11 feet, but you would need to meet the minimum requirement, and that would be an alternate method of compliance at that point. So they are allowed to use alternate means of doing that, but typically it's 11 foot is what they That was a previous requirement and we just went back to that.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, we'll go to the public. Do we have any hands raised in Zoom or any calls in the queue?
There are no hands raised in Zoom,
You have 0 questions remaining.
no public comment.
Okay, back to committee. I'd like to entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve item number 24, 24-1 and 24-2, and item number 25-1 as submitted.
Second.
Any further comments or discussion by the committee? Hearing none, let's go to a vote.
Okay, this is a approve submitted for items 24 and 25, taken together. I'll go ahead and do a roll call. Bill Zellner,
Yes.
David Field,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sudhir Agrawal,
Aye.
Mike Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Dominich,
Yes.
Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous. Thank you. Item 26.
So let me
Sure,
ask,
it's almost lunch, so you've got a few items left. It's your call if you want to continue or break for lunch. That would be your call.
well,
Work through.
work through.
That's my vote.
So we've got 40 items. We're on 26. Working through probably means we finish up at maybe a little after 1 o'clock, maybe 1 o'clock-ish.
Yeah, the majority, I think the majority are editorial that I have no comments going forward. I was fine with
Okay.
everything. Other people probably, I'm not saying other people don't, I'm not discounting anything, but for me, remaining comment items were pretty straightforward.
I agree, Cheryl. However, I think there are quite a few items. It may take another hour and a half. Maybe
Oh,
we
no,
should
no,
go for a
yeah,
break.
no, I agree. Yeah, Sudhir, I do agree with that we need.
Maybe we should take a break.
Yeah.
Maybe we should take a break and come back in half an
So-
hour or 45 minutes, whatever you want.
Yeah, I could say, depending on what the group wants, but other committees have gone ahead and taken a 30-minute break just because they had a lot to do in the short period. But you could take a shorter break and that'll get you guys done sooner if you want, but it's up to you.
Well,
45 minutes. 45
I'm okay
minutes.
with a 5-minute break and working through, just for what it's worth.
no, I'm thinking the same. Can we go 20 minutes break? Give everybody a moment to take care of business, so to speak, and come back at 12:20.
Let's make it 30 minutes.
30 minutes? Does
Yeah,
that work
please.
for everybody? 30?
Yeah, that sounds good. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon where I am, so I'm way past lunch.
Oh, man.
Okay. Good call, Mike.
All right,
Oh, man.
30 minutes?
then let's do that. Let's adjourn for
30.
Thank
the
you.
time being, and we'll pick back up at 12:30
Okay.
Sounds great.
California time.
Thank you.
Sounds great.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks all.
30 minutes. Okay, that's-
I think I just muted you.
Oh, I mean.
Mike, I have a quick question for you.
Yes.
Who might be dealing with the tsunami? Who is the best person to contact for tsunami, the code change which took place last year in 2020 in January?
Was that like an appendix chapter?
Appendix chapter, or the person who might have most knowledge about the tsunami in California?
Oh, yeah, let me ask some people about that and I'll get back to you.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I would check with FEMA. I think FEMA might be part of it.
No, it's beyond FEMA. FEMA is federal, this is state. There is a major issue we have on one of our projects.
Oh, yes.
We are in the tsunami zone, creating some
Cal
issue.
OES. They handle all natural disasters.
Good call, Mike.
Yeah. Thank you. I'll call you later, Mike.
Sure.
Okay, looks like we're all back from lunch. Michael, with your permission, we'll move on. I think we're on item number 26.
That's correct. Yes, go forward, please.
Richard.
I think I'm back on, right?
Yep, I can hear you.
Great, thank you. Item 26, this is actually a request from CDPH for pediatric and adolescent units. There is a requirement that there is direct visual supervision in Title 22 between a centralized, or between the nurse stations and the patients. So we're adding that requirement in. This is similar to what's required with an ICU. And then the same thing applies in the play area. And they have actually requested a specific room so that they can contain the kids and not running all over the place. There is also a requirement, there's both an exam room and a treatment room in the pediatric unit, whereas before it was either or. So we added an exam room and an exam and treatment room shall be provided in or adjacent to the pediatric unit. And that's it for item 26.
Okay, thank you, Richard. Questions from committee members? Renee.
Again, it sounds picayune, but two thoughts. One, you mentioned the idea, you used the word, play area. But as you look, the suggestion is to change that around to playroom. A playroom shall be provided, striking out area. So I wonder if the header of that section should actually be playroom instead of play area. And additionally, when you discussed exam and treatment room, I figured reading this that it was to be one room called an exam and treatment room. If you want an exam room and a treatment room, that should, it strikes me, be differentiated and indicated in there for clarity.
Understood, and I can do that. I have no issues with that.
Okay. Thank you, by the way.
Thank you.
Oops, realized I was on mute. Richard, I do have a comment. So being an architect who's done this kind of work, and I'm sure you've got the same experience. So can you clarify, do you know what CDPH is really getting at? My issue is when you do this sort of thing, say in an ICU, you have these big sliding doors made of glass, and it gives you a view into the room. And when you get down to what exactly is the requirement to view into the room, I know in the past there's been discussion about, well, what that means is from the nurse station, you need to see the patient's pillow.
Patient's head, yeah.
Yeah.
That is not the requirement here. It is a lesser requirement that is the end of the room.
Just into the room.
Yep.
So Do you think there's going to be any lack of understanding or people gaming it to provide a little itty bitty window?
I think it's more likely they're going to try to meet the requirements of an ICU and seat at the pillow,
Understood.
as you mentioned, because it can be met by distributed nurse stations as well. We're definitely putting that definition in there.
And I'll add one other thing for the benefit of the committee and others that may be listening. It may be obvious, may not be, but ultimately CDPH is the hammer. What we all don't want to happen is do something, provide in this case a ridiculously small window, have OSHPAD approve it because it's a window, and CDPH says, well, we're not going to license that. And then you've spent all the money. So nobody has an incentive to try and game the system here.
Yeah, and these are all requests by CDPH.
So those are my comments. Anything else from the committee? Hearing none, we'll go to the phones. Any raised hands on say Skype, on Zoom, or phones in the queue?
Just for a reminder to the public, if you want to comment in Zoom, please use the raised hand feature. And if you're on the phone, please press 1 and then 0 to put yourself in a queue. There are no raised hands in Zoom.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Thank you. So back to the committee then. I'd like to entertain a motion.
Move that be adopted as amended with the change in verbiage of an exam room and treatment room, and the change of play area to play room. And that would be for clarity.
Second.
So do we need to then identify, Michael, do we have to identify one of the 9 criteria for this?
Yes.
That would be 6, clarity.
All right. Thank you.
Any further discussion from the committee? Hearing none, let's go to a vote.
Very good. This is for item 26. There's 3 sub-items. The first one had no issues and will be approved to submit. Let's do this. Let's, I don't want to muddy the water too much with these group motions. I think the second 2 items, 26-2 and 26-3, which says the wrong number, I'll fix that. I think those 2 are the ones that Renee was talking about for the amendments, but the first one was straight up. So let's do, if you don't mind, I'd like to take this motion on 26-2 and 26-3 and then go back and do 26-1 as approved as submitted. Okay, so this is for 26-2 and 26-3, which is 1224.30.2 examination and treatment rooms, and 1224.30.3.1 play area. Based on Renee's motion, and I had Sadir as a second. I'll do roll call. Bill Zelmer.
Yes.
Sorry, I lost my spot here. David Field.
Yes.
Renee Amy.
Yes.
Sadir Agarwal.
Aye.
Mike Stone.
Yes.
Cheryl Dominic.
Yes.
Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous. That takes care of 26-2, 26-3. We'll need a motion for the other 2. Or for the other one, the first one, sorry.
This is Cheryl Domnich. I make a motion to approve as submitted item 26-1.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Second.
Thank you. Okay. Roll call vote. For 26-1 approved submitted. Bill Zelmer.
Yes.
You. David Field.
Yes.
Renee Amy.
Yes.
Sudhir Agarwal.
Aye.
Mike Stone.
Yes.
Cheryl Dominich.
Yes.
Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, Richard. Item 27.
And item 27 is for a psychiatric unit within a hospital, as opposed to a standalone psych hospital. Basically, we just clarified the definition under general that says the 1224 requirements are for acute medical center. So basically applies to a psychiatric unit within a hospital, and that 1228 is for a non-medical unit. So it's the same language as kind of below, but it was getting lost in the interpretation. So we just moved it up front. On occupational therapy in a psych unit, and this will go for both types, but right now we'll address it here. We're only saying the requirements are for items 1, 2, and 3. And I will add a comma after 2. Unless you want to have something to talk about. Anyway, but what we're doing, the 1, 2, 3, and 4, which was required before, number 4 is a activity for daily living, and you don't have that in a psychiatric unit because it's really for people that are amputees or have a stroke and they're trying to learn how to live again. In a psych facility, that is not required. So we're eliminating that item by clarifying that you have to have the other 3 items. And this was actually something also that was mistakenly deleted from the code in the past. There used to be a 90-foot requirement from a patient room to a nurse station. That went away for med surg and it was removed throughout, and it actually is still required for a psychiatric medical unit that's in a hospital. That requirement is still there.
Thank you, Richard. Any questions from the committee?
I got one real quickie. You're missing, I believe, an S in the new verbiage where it says for a unit that provide acute medical care.
Okay, thank you.
And I just wanted to verify, Richard, in the second line, should that reference instead of to section 1228, should that be to section 1224?
No, we actually wanted to go to the psychiatric section for 1228. Those are the requirements for a psychiatric. They're a little bit different.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's fine. Great. Thank you.
Yeah, and actually that's why I did that, because I do want to separate the 1224 from the 1228 because they are different requirements. Thank you.
So, Richard, help me understand the 90-foot rule. It applies to a psych unit, but nowhere else.
Only in a hospital, not in a psych hospital. Only in a general acute care hospital if you have a distinct part psych, because they have, the reasoning behind it is they're not going to be in a medical unit unless they are ill, in addition to the psychiatric issues. And so they're more critical patients.
Well, so I get that. So in a regular med-surg bed in a hospital, the nurse station can be more than 90 feet away?
Correct. That requirement was eliminated years ago.
So that part of it baffles me just as a logic guy, that why is a psych unit in a hospital required to be no more than 90 feet, but everywhere else you could be 130 feet away?
It has to be honest, it has to do with the nursing patient ratios and the way the units are set up. And like I said, we removed it mistakenly throughout, and it is still required in Title 22 for a psychiatric medical unit only.
Okay.
A good question. We did discuss that specifically with CDPH. I thought it was missing overall, but it's just for the medical unit, for a psychiatric medical unit. because you have both. You have a psychiatric patient as well as a ill patient. So it was the combination of the two. The only other place we have limitations on that is skilled nursing.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, hearing none. Let's go to the public. Are there any hands raised in Zoom or phones in the queue?
There are no hands raised in Zoom.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Okay, then back to the committee. I'd like to have us, like to entertain a motion.
This is Cheryl Domnich. I move to approve item 27, numbers 27-1 through 27-3.
I will second Bill Zelmer.
Thank you.
Any comments from the committee? Hearing none, let's go to a vote.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to approve and submit for item 27 and the sub items included. I'll do roll call. Bill Zelmer?
I think I'm off of mute. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, David Field,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sudhir Agarwal,
Aye.
Mike Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Domnich,
Yes.
and Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous. Item 28.
Okay, Richard.
28 is going to be simple, but 29 is long. So I'll just hit 28 real quick. And 28, I actually had some lead-in language to this because it requires a delivery room in an obstetrical facility. And there is an exception that if LDR and LDR beds are provided, that the count of a delivery room may be accounted toward the number of beds required. The number of delivery rooms can be attributed to the LDRP requirements, but per discussions with CDPH, this is not exempt the requirement. There still needs to be at least one delivery room required. If you read the language as it was before, it was saying, well, if I have LDRPs, I do not have to provide the delivery room. So we're just stating that this does not exempt the delivery room required in 1224-32.3.2.
Thank you, Richard. Any questions for Richard? Hearing none, let's go to the public. Do we have any hands raised on Zoom or phone calls in the queue?
There are no hands raised in Zoom.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Thank you.
Well,
So,
just a quick comment. There is nothing underlined or anything, so I don't know where the changes are. Normally, if there is a change, they line it up.
It's on the next page, Sudhir.
Oh, okay, got it. Thank you. I didn't see it next page.
I'd like to entertain a motion.
Move to approve as submitted.
Second.
Thank you.
Do we have any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll go to a vote.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to approve and submit for item 28. I'll do roll call. Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
David Field,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sudhir Agarwal,
Yes.
Mike Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Domnich,
Yes.
and Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Unanimous, thank you. Item 29.
All right. item 29. This one's a little bit longer. A lot of this you've already seen before, but I'll go over it. This is for emergency departments, all of these items. And the first one is starting with treatment rooms, basically clarifying, first of all, changing the name cubicle to a patient care station because we have definitions for cubicles and it doesn't always apply. But the second item here in the same paragraph is requiring the minimum width, again, of 6 feet between the outside the cubicle curtain. And the area of observation area under the next item of 1224.33.2.7, again, we're adding the dimensional requirements around the beds because that was not there previously. And this one is actually a little lesser requirement because it goes back to meeting an older code requirement because the idea is a lot of older facilities that would be converted. The observation area is less acute and would have could be reused, repurposed, and so we allowed that allowance. In a medication prep room in an emergency department, there has to be at least one med prep room. So we just clarified that. And also that the MDUs or medication dispensing units are also allowed. Last code cycle, we added the med room and everyone said, well, you can't have MDUs in there. And the idea is you have to have at least one med prep room and you can still have the MDUs, but you have to have a secure area for secure type of drugs that are actually, in the ED, they're actually mixed on the spot. They're not prescribed. So that is what that is for. And the pre-screening stations, the pre-screening station is an area when you check in at the ED, they can kind of look at you and do a real quick triage of what's needed. And all we're doing is saying if this is an open bay area where they have patient stations, that it is required to have one hand washing station for every 4 patient stations. Again, there is not a requirement that they have an open bay, but it's saying if there's an open bay, there does need to be hand washing facilities in there. And then lastly is under the observation unit. We're basically adding the same language that we have in the other observation unit for outpatient into this and adding all the bed clearance requirements. Because before all it said there had to be is 120 square feet of clear floor area and no other requirement. So we're just duplicating that language here.
Okay, thank you, Richard. Do we have any questions for Richard? Okay, so I've got one commentary, so if you will. And
you have an audience, right?
I never do that. Yeah. So I meant to mention this earlier, and I haven't seen, I noticed that OSHPD issued their updated code application notice for accessibility. There's an accessibility connection to some of what we're talking about today. As you know, the 11B 805 section has a section for the clearances required for exam and treatment rooms. Now we're talking about an observation area, and earlier we had a procedure room. I'm not sure if it's crystal clear. Do those get treated as treatment rooms for accessibility purposes? And in particular here, the observation area, is that treated and would be plan checked for accessibility as a exam room or as a treatment area? And the difference being you'd have to have a clearance on both sides.
Correct, and it would be on both sides. The dimensions are 3 feet between the sides and any wall or any other fixed obstruction. So yes, these are treated actually as patient rooms, patient stations.
So yeah, part of my commentary then, if somebody builds to the code minimum, you're providing 3 feet between these gurneys exactly, and your accessibility clearance is 3 feet exactly. So there's no room for error there if somebody builds to the minimums.
The same requirements as current patient rooms.
Yep.
You're correct.
Okay.
Yes. And one of the observation areas, one of the thoughts was they're removing a lot of the older buildings out of acute care that used to be med-surg units. And that's why you see the smaller square footage required. So it'll
Yeah.
allow these observation units to be used in those older rooms, because it's near impossible to say, okay, you need to make these rooms bigger. But the dimensions
Yeah.
still work within that space. But you're correct, they're at the minimums.
So one last final comment I'll make on this, because code here requires you to have a privacy curtain, I'm looking at it going, well, I've got 3 feet on both sides. Where am I going to put my curtain?
The curtain is considered a flexible item and it's not a hard obstruction. You're right, in between beds, you have 18 inches per side, but the curtain
Okay.
can be moved for accessibility on both
Yeah.
sides. And if it's a single patient room, you have different requirements, and typically the curtain's more at the door than around the bed.
Yeah.
It's more the multi-patient areas, in which case you're going to have a larger requirement for space.
Thank you. So those are my comments. Anything further from their committee? Hearing none, we'll go to the public. Do we have any hands raised in the Zoom or phone calls in the queue?
There are no hands raised in Zoom,
You have 0 questions remaining.
no public comment.
Thank you. So back to our committee. I'd like to entertain a motion.
Move to approve is submitted.
Second,
Motioned and seconded. Do we have any further discussion from our committee? Hearing none, we'll go to a vote.
Okay. Thank you. We went to the public on that, right? Thank you. Okay, this is for item 29 and all the sub items. Approved is submitted by Renee and seconded by Sabir. And I'll do roll call. Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
David Field,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sudhir Agrawal,
yes.
Mike Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Dominich,
Yes.
Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Thank you. That's unanimous. Item 30.
All right, item 30, a lot of this is just clarification or editorial. The first item here is for a PET scan. Just changing again the imaging equipment room from computer equipment room to just to keep things in alignment. And also the repetitiveness of the scanner room has been removed. And now I'm going into the spec CT. But what we did here, we added the language similar to the PET CT, basically saying that additional space shall be provided with the spec CT is combined with the CT. Because a spec, I always assume that it included the CT, but it's actually can be purchased without the CT. So they would have to meet the requirements with a CT if there is one attached. And this is the same language it's identical to what's in the PET requirement above. And again, changing imaging computer room to an imaging equipment room. And for the radiosurgery suite, we're adding a clearance of 6 feet outside of the cubicle curtains.
Thank you, Richard. Do we have any comments or questions for Richard?
Yeah, just a quickie here, and that is while you're cleaning things up, I see you've removed, as you say, scanner room and eliminated computer to make it imaging equipment room. But somehow or another, in number 2, right between those two, we've got control room, period, a control room shall be. It's like the missed opportunity.
Yeah, I can.
We can't make you do it here, can we? No. But gosh.
We can remove control room.
Okay.
Again, makes
Yeah.
sense.
Thanks.
I'll throw my hat in here. Again, kind of commentary. The requirement for additional space as a code guy leaves me saying, well, how much? How do you quantify that? How does a plan checker say you've met the requirement to have additional space or you haven't met the requirement? I don't know that I'm expecting you to change it. That is the language as I see it that came right out of FGI. But it's annoying.
Yeah, and how we deal with that, Bill, is with the cut sheets from the equipment. We have a
Okay.
minimum requirement around the equipment, but if there's other equipment thrown in, they have to account for it. You'll see this in like subacute rooms. It just says provide additional space for any equipment that might be needed.
Yeah.
It's really based on the equipment that's being provided. And to be honest, we're actually trying to leave this a little open-ended so that in the future, if equipment changes, that there's some adaptability. You know, like here, we're still requiring equipment, a imaging equipment room. We're seeing those go away as the technology is increasing. But right now, that's for these, they're still being provided. So.
Understood. Thank you. Any other comments from the committee? Hearing none, we'll go to the public. Do we have any hands raised in Zoom or phone calls in the queue?
There are no hands raised in Zoom.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Thank you. So back at the committee, I'd like to entertain a motion.
This is Cheryl Domnich. I move to approve item number 30, including items 30-1 through 30-3.
Second.
Point of order before you get too far. I know Renee had mentioned the removal of control room on number 2. So that would be a change.
Amendment.
I know Richard said he would, but that we got a document. So
Thank
that would be an approve as amend with criteria if you wanted to do that.
Modify my motion to approve as submitted. Well, it is, but there's nothing. The problem, Michael, is that this item doesn't relate. It relates to item 3. I don't think it relates to anything.
Yeah.
Because
So how do we deal with that?
I'm happy to do it any way that you think is appropriate, but the truth is that it doesn't relate to items 1, 2, or 3.
We did it earlier.
What do you think, Michael? Can we
Yeah.
still approved as amended or some such language?
Last cycle, we actually made some typographical changes. Actually, I think Cheryl actually caught some stuff last cycle that we were able to pick up.
Yeah, but we did it as, I think, approved as is, and then we trusted that Ashbod was going to pick them up. That's my recollection, Richard. That was the way we handled it.
Yeah, I don't remember the details, but I just remember you caught me on a few things.
I think in most cases, when we were encouraging the agency to go out to make some further change, it was done through a further study. The concern with just saying, okay, go ahead and do what you want, that it makes it difficult to track what happened during the action at the code advisory committee and then when it went out to 45. It's hard to make that connection. So I would prefer, if you want to recommend a change, that particular item is individually identified in our CAM as 30-2. You could say further study to see if something needs to happen. And then if the agency accepts that and makes a change, then they can pick that change up for 45 days. I think it's cleaner than
Okay, I'm going to break mine out into 2 motions. I will do both them separately. My first motion addresses item 30-1 and 30-3, and I will say approve as submitted.
Thank you.
Seconded.
Any further discussion from the committee? Hearing none, we'll go to a vote.
All righty, thank you. So it's been moved and seconded for 30-1. I'm going to read the numbers. 1224.34.1.2.2. And then also 30-3, which is 1224.34.6.3. Approve is submitted. I'll go ahead and do a roll call. Bill Zelmer,
Yes,
David Field,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sudhir Agarwal,
Yes.
Mike Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Dominich,
Yes.
and Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Thank you. That takes care of those two sub items.
Okay, for 30-2, I'm going to make a proposal. I'm going to go with further study, or a motion. I'm going to go with further study, mostly because I don't really see that specifically relates to item 30-2. So I'm going with further study on item 30-2 to address paragraph 1224.34.1.2.3, item 2, requesting further study regarding removing the header for control room. And I am going to cite item 8 on the 9-point criteria.
Thank you.
we have a second on this motion.
Second.
Yes. Go ahead.
Amy,
Any further discussions on this motion? Hearing none, we'll go to a vote.
very good. Thank you. This is for the remaining item of 30, which is 30-2, section 1224.34.1.2.3, related to item 2, and the removal of the phrase control room, based on criteria number 8. Roll call vote. Bill Zelmer,
Yes,
David Field,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sudhir Agarwal,
Yes.
Mike Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Dominich.
Yes, and thank you for your guidance, Michael.
No problem. Thank you. And Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. It's unanimous. Item 31.
Okay, item 31 for a GI processing room, we're just kind of changing the language again to provide distinct areas. The way it was written previously didn't allow for that easily. So I'll just say a dedicated processing room shall provide distinct areas for cleaning and decontamination instruments. Following this down to 1224.39.3.4 for post anesthesia recovery area is just a typo. It pointed to one section of 16 and it actually, or it did 16.3 and it actually refers to the whole area for the PACUs under 1224.16. Under 39.3.6 is service areas. This one, we're basically, there's a lot of confusion between what was required in 1226 for clinic GI. There's actually more requirements in a clinic than in the hospital requirements for a GI. And the reason for that is a lot of the services are shared with the hospital, so they weren't required. But if you have a standalone clinic, we had to add all these extra services. And what we're stating here is that if those support services are not provided within the hospital, you need to meet the requirements of 1226. So, and then under outpatient observation units, just adding again a clarification that the clearance is required of the bed for access circulation. And that is the only revisions for item 31.
thank you, Richard. Do we have any questions for for Richard.
Yeah, quickie here. Why, and there may be a logical reason, why is it necessary to call out in the code those last three words, the for access / circulation? Is it necessary to provide a rationale in that section especially, and not in the single station rooms?
Yeah, it's actually for consistency with the other sections, and also there's a lot of confusion between where the 4-foot requirement is. And as Bill was mentioning earlier, is it between the beds? No, it's actually the access circulation aisle that has to have the 4 feet clear. And that is for transporting of beds around the bed.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any other comments for Richard? So I hesitate. I'll try to keep this brief because it's a little off. The 1224.39 code section for outpatient service space. I've been left on a project where the code doesn't say explicitly enough how to deal with just an outpatient service space. It goes right into, and I don't remember what the 0.1.2 section, we're looking at 0.3, gastrointestinal, and there's some specific requirements. So it leads you to believe if you've just got a generic outpatient service space, there's no real guidance.
There is
So
a support, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
So there's a support area that is required for all outpatient service spaces. And it requires the waiting room and the reception area and so forth. And that is required for all the outpatient services. It's grouped as one unit.
Yeah, it might be good to add a pointer, just a recommendation. I will get off of it because it's really off topic.
No, I agree with you because it is missed a lot when we deal with that. So I'll look at it in a future update. Thank you for your input.
Thank you. On topic, do we have any other comments regarding this item 31? Okay, hearing none, we'll go to the public. Do we have any hands raised in the Zoom or phone calls in the queue?
There are no hands raised in Zoom.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Thank you. Then can we have a motion from our committee?
I move to approve as submitted.
Second.
Any further discussion from the committee? Hearing none, let's go to a vote.
Very good. It's been moved and seconded to approve as submitted for item 31, including all of its sub items. I'll do roll call. Bill Zellmer,
Yes.
David Field,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sudhir Agarwal,
Yes.
Mike Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Dominich,
Yes.
and Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous. Item 32.
Item 32, I can try to group a few of these if you'd like, Bill.
So I'm okay with that as long as we don't have, because we're
Yeah.
getting a deal now with entirely different sections of code.
Correct.
Skilled nursing versus clinics. Unless any of the committee members,
Yeah, I can take them one by one if it's preferred. It's just they're minor edits.
why don't we take 32 by itself because it's strictly skilled nursing. And then we
Okay.
might group from there on down.
Okay, item 32 is for toilets and skilled nursing facilities. It does require that if you have a central bathing, that there is a toilet that will be directly accessible from that central bathing area.
Thank you.
without entering into a corridor and back in. So they have to have a door directly attached. So it can be a shower a toilet with 2 showers next to it, either way. It just prohibits people that are in the middle of showering to go out into a public corridor and then back into a restroom. It is required elsewhere in the household model of the skilled nursing facilities, but not mentioned in the medical model. So we're just adding that to a line.
Thank you, Richard. Any comments from the committee? Questions? I will just add, this is kind of a humane thing. When somebody's going through a shower and then they have, their biology gets going, you don't want them to have to go out into the corridor system to go find a toilet. Enough said about that. Any further comments from the committee? Hearing none, we'll go to the public. Any hands raised or phone calls in the queue?
There are no hands raised in Zoom.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Then I'd like to entertain a motion from our committee.
Move to approve is submitted.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further comment from the committee? Hearing none, we'll go to a vote.
Okay, thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve and submit for item number 32. I'll do roll call. Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
David Field,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sudhir Agrawal,
Yes.
Mike Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Domich,
Yes.
Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous. Item 33.
So what do you think, Richard? Do you want to do any grouping?
Yeah, 33, 34, and 35 are just,
Okay.
should be pretty simple, but if we have a question. The beginning of 33 is the general construction. We're just realigning the text to be in sync with a skilled nursing facility as well as what we have for psychiatric hospitals, just so the language reads the same. It basically says clinical service under a hospital license shall comply with the provisions under section 1224.4 general construction where applicable, except as modified below. And then we have the list of edits, and then we're adding under 1226.4.2.6, does the HIPAA requirements for noise reduction for walls, and we're pointing back to the table in 1224 for the STC ratings on wall construction. On item 34 is really just a indentation correction. There's no change to the code at all. It just was improperly indented in the current code. And then on item 35 is just correcting an old reference to a current reference.
Sounds good. Do we have any questions for Richard? No questions from the committee. Let's go to the public. Do we have any hands raised or phone calls in the queue?
No hands raised in Zoom.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
So I'd like to entertain a motion from our committee.
Move to approve is submitted.
Second.
Approved and seconded. Do we have any further discussion from the committee? Hearing none, go to a vote.
Okay, thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve and submit for items 33, 34, and 35. I'll go ahead and do roll call. Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
David Field,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sudhir Agrawal,
Yes.
Mike Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Domich,
Yes.
Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Thank you. Unanimous. Item 36.
Item 36 will be quick. Basically, oral surgery in a clinic required it to go into a 1226.8, which is supplemental surgery. We have anyone who's had oral surgery know that you're not brought into an OR for oral surgery, but there is a requirement if there are 5 or more patients under the I-2.1 occupancy incapable of self-preservation, get the wording right, that then it would trigger the I-2.1 requirements. So we're just adding, that wasn't there before, and it was through meetings with the California Clinic Association that this was brought up, and we decided to clarify that the more sterile environment would only be required if there's, again, it's a patient safety issue, if there's 5 or more patients incapable of self-preservation.
I'm sorry, Richard, you said twice, 5 or more.
More than 5, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you.
I know I said it the second time, I'm saying that wrong. Thank you.
So just out of curiosity, did this appears to correlate with fire life safety? I assume you guys have checked that all out?
It does.
Yeah, it puts it into an I-2.1 category.
Okay. Any further questions from the committee? Hearing none, let's go to the public. Do we have any hands raised or phone calls in the queue?
No hands raised in Zoom.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Thank you. So I'd like to entertain a motion on item number 36.
Cheryl, I make a motion to approve item 36-1.
Second.
Do we have any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, let's go to a vote.
Here, it was moved and seconded to approve and submit item number 36. I'll do roll call vote. Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
David Field,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sudhir Agrawal,
Yes.
Mike Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Dominich,
Yes.
and Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you. Item 37.
Item 37 are changes requested by the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. Basically, they do not want a mandatory bathtub. They do not use them, but bathtubs are still left as optional here. And they also do not use safety rooms. So the language has been revised more for the use of seclusion rooms. Correctional treatment centers providing mental health treatment program shall include 1 seclusion room providing direct observation. So just got rid of the requirement for the safety rooms because they just renamed how they use these. And those are revisions requested by them.
Thank you, Richard. Any questions from our committee? So I have one. I didn't do the homework on this. Is seclusion room defined anywhere? Does that matter?
Yeah, it's defined under the
CBSC
psychiatric requirements. So there's a
Okay.
definition for seclusion room. Just basically a room that limits the size and has basically we would call a padded cell, and limits the size to 7 feet so they can't get a running start to hurt themselves.
Thank you.
And it was a redundant requirement for them to have a seclusion room and a safety room. Or it used to be an observation and safety, and they just combined them into a seclusion.
Thank you, Richard. Any other questions from the committee?
I'll just ask because it's got the whole cameras thing, right? Is how best to ask this? Is there a reason to eliminate video camera observation capability? Since that seems like a safety issue. Seems.
That's actually probably why they're removing it. I know we don't, in our psychiatric facilities, we do not allow cameras to replace patient safety issues, and they're doing the same thing.
Ah, okay.
Again, a safety room, they had different terminology before, and they
Yeah.
might have had a lesser requirement there, but they combined them. And it is a patient safety issue.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from our committee? Seeing none, we'll go to the public. Do we have any hands raised or phone calls in the queue?
No hands raised in Zoom.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Thank you. Then I'd like to entertain a motion from the committee.
Move to approve is submitted.
Second.
Thank you.
Any further discussion from our committee? Hearing none, we'll go to a vote.
Very good. It's been moved and seconded to approve as submitted the item number 37. I'll go ahead and do a roll call vote. Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
David Field,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sudhir Agrawal,
Yes.
Mike Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Domnich,
Yes.
and Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous. Item 38.
Okay, item 38 is a longer one. It has to do, we're jumping into acute psychiatric hospitals now. The first item here, administrative centers and nurse stations, was deleted because it's duplicated elsewhere. And just kind of just a summary of what we're doing here. We're looking at acute psych requirements. Again, it goes to the pointer. Before we had the acute psych had to meet all the requirements of an acute care hospital, and primarily in the area of storage and room sizes and stuff. And we felt that wasn't necessary. And meeting with several facility owners and CDPH, we kind of worked through this to kind of basically tailor it more to psychiatric facilities as we go through this. So we added the storage section from 1224, we moved it down to 1228 and edited it accordingly. So what that did was added some duplication. So that's why we're moving like administrative nurse stations, because it is repeated elsewhere. One of the other items we're doing for doors and doors openings, we're putting in the code that the use of the soft doors for patient toilet rooms is allowed. There was no provision for that, so we are getting a lot of alternate methods of compliance to allow that, and it's really a safe product that should be allowed and shouldn't have to go through any jurisdiction to get those used. The physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech pathology are actually required basic services of a psych facility. And our previous language said where provided, and that made it seem like it was optional. So we're just taking the words where provided out and just saying the physical therapy space shall comply with sections, whatever. And we're also removing item 4 from occupational therapy. Again, that was removing the requirement for activities for daily living on that one. And then when we get into psychiatric nursing service space, we actually had 100 square feet minimum for the patient rooms. Title 22 requires that all patient rooms in hospitals be 110. So we're making that adjustment. Again, as I mentioned, the storage, equipment storage and supply, we're basing that, we're limiting the requirements of that, not aligning it with a general acute hospital. So per unit, they're only required 15 square feet of equipment storage. We're deleting the gurney and wheelchair requirement just because it is repeated later on. And then under dietetic service space, just clarifying that a separate staff dining area must be provided. The way it was worded before, it sounded like it was optional, and it actually is a requirement. And then under storage, we're changing the required general storage from 20 square feet, which is that of an acute care hospital, to 10 square feet for a psychiatric hospital. And then we're just adding the same provisions for specialized storage, which is your linen, your general supply, and your wheelchairs. But we're also reducing the amount of space to one area utility room of 10 square feet for linen, 15 square feet for supply, and 15 square feet for wheelchair storage. Sterile and unsterile supplies. And we're just adding some language that carried over from the 1224 sections about the sterile supplied food storage still has to be provided. Patient storage facilities just being renumbered, and we're adding a requirement. Again, it was required under 1224-31 for a psych unit that if you have children that are of school age, education area had to be provided. That was not in the requirements for a general or for an acute psychiatric hospital. So we're adding that requirement. So if there's children of school age, a classroom needs to be provided. And that's all the changes to 38.
Thank you, Richard. There's a lot of material there. Any questions from the committee?
I have just a quick note about it, just a conversion of measurement. This is section 1228.14.2.12, equipment and supply storage. 15 square feet, I think it's 1.39 meters square.
Okay, we'll double check that. Thank you.
Any other comments from the committee? So I do have one question, and it's, I'm not sure I've processed this whole thing. So let me give you the page number I'm looking at is the 32 of 34 under specialized storage linen. Let's see, I guess it's the last sentence. The soiled linen collection space shall have an area no less than 10 square feet, except where linen chutes are provided, and may be within the soiled utility room. So my question is, what happens then? What is the requirement if you have a linen chute? Does it become 0?
Yes, actually, some of those are just a fire rated hatch. You just dump it in. And that's the same language for an acute care hospital for linen.
It is the same language.
Yeah.
I've never noticed that before.
Yeah, the
Okay.
big issue there is the chutes are basically shafts and they need fire protection around them. So you can either provide like an ante-room to go into and then dump them, or you can have the chutes that are just fire rated doors, access doors, chute doors, if you will.
Technically, either way, the chute needs to be fire rated. And then if the chute would open onto a 1 hour corridor, then that would be prohibited. So then you would be required to have the ante-room.
Correct.
Okay. Any other comments from the committee? Hearing none, we'll go to the public. Do we have any hands raised or phone calls in the queue?
No hands raised in Zoom.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
You know, this is almost unprecedented. There's not been a single public comment so far today. So I guess you're doing a great job, Richard. Okay, back to the committee. I'd like to entertain a motion for item number, is it 37?
38.
38.
This is Cheryl Domnich. I make a motion to approve item number 38, 38-1 through 38-13 to approve as is. Didn't say that.
Second.
Thank you.
Any further discussion from the committee?
I'm sorry. Wait, can I amend? there's a minus, just acknowledging that there's an editorial correction on the, I just want to acknowledge. If,
Yes. That is on 1228, 14.2.12.
Right, for the conversion number, is that correct?
yes,
Correct.
Thank you.
Understood. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's take it to a vote.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve and submit with editorial correction on the 15-foot metric conversion. And I'll do roll call. Bill Zelmer?
Yes.
Excuse me. David Field?
Yes.
Renee Amy?
Yes.
Sudhir Agarwal?
Yes.
Mike Stone?
Yes.
Cheryl Domnich?
yes,
And Sharon Goey?
Yes.
Thank you. Unanimous. Good job. Item 39.
Okay. Item 39 is just charging language, so if it's okay, I'll combine it with item 40. And item 40 is just renumbering for model code. Even though the language is shown as new here, there's no change to content.
Okay. I just want to, okay, I wanted to scroll one more page down on my page. So there's no change to content.
yeah, this is Cheryl. I have a question on item number 40, 40-1, in building, fire, and other, with the State Fire Marshal's Office. Please coordinate on the UL listing number. There was a problem with the UL listing number, UL 7103. And so I just want to make sure that that gets coordinated with any modifications that the State Fire Marshal's Office is addressing as part of the Building, Fire, and Other Committee.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, we'll do that.
Thanks, Cheryl. Good call.
Any other comments from the committee? Questions for Richard? Seeing none, we'll go to the public. Do we have any hands raised in the Zoom or phone calls in the queue?
No hands raised in Zoom.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
I'd like to entertain a motion.
Move to approve as submitted.
Second.
Any further discussion from the committee? Hearing none, we'll take it to a vote.
Okay, thank you. This is it was moved and seconded to approve submitted for item number 39 and 40 with the notation to OSHPA to coordinate with the fire marshal on the same action taken on item 40-2, which is section 1511.9.1 installation having to do with photo PV systems. A requested modification made to the fire marshal at the Building, Fire, and Other Committee.
Actually, Michael, it's 49-1 on, it's
Oh, I'm sorry.
40-1, not 40-2. Sorry.
Right, thank you.
Yeah.
So 40-1 for that purpose. All right, we'll do a roll call. Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
David Field,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sudhir Agarwal,
Yes.
Mike Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Domnich,
Yes.
and Sharon Goat.
Yes.
Thank you. That's unanimous. Thank you. And thank you for the heads up on that, Cheryl. That was good. Appreciate that. Well, that concludes the items. Now, as a standing rule, we like to do a global motion at the end to include everything, all the motions you guys took and make sure there were no alterations. So it will be the same type of roll call vote. It'll just be a global motion for all actions taken. So if somebody wants to make a motion, that would be great.
What should we say?
Accepting all motions, actions, or recommendations, I would say, by the Code Advisory Committee, Health Facilities Code Advisory Committee for OSHPD's proposed package.
Yeah, that's my motion.
Excellent.
I'll second.
I
I'll
just said it
second
better
it.
myself. Okay. Thank you, Cheryl.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Michael.
Is there a second there?
Yes.
There were quite a few.
Okay.
Pick any.
All right.
And Sharon
Thank
chimed
you.
in first. Yeah.
Okay. So it's been moved and seconded for the global motion. I'll go ahead and do a roll call. Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
thank you. David Field,
Yes.
thank you. Renee Amy,
Yes.
thanks, sir. Sudhir Agarwal,
Yes.
thank you. Mike Stone,
Yes.
thank you very much. And Cheryl Domnich,
Yes.
thank you. Sharon Goey,
Yes.
thank you. And I wanted to also thank Janice and Dana. I know you guys didn't get to vote, but it's still important that you're there and you have time to give your input. So we appreciate that. And also just in general for all the committee, thank you for the effort and appreciate your efficiency. We're done a little bit early, so that's great. And your job is almost done. You get to come back again in the intervening cycle. So we'll see you again in about a year or so.
You all have been
Very good.
awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr.
Richard.
Chair.
Good job.
We
Mr.
need
Chair,
to
one,
adjourn.
I have
We do have
I
one
a
question. Yeah, go
Yes,
ahead, Michael.
I have a question for staff. Thanks. Real quick. Michael, do you have an idea when the 45-day language will be out?
Yes, I can get that information for you. Can you pull that up real quick? Yeah, we did. We made an adjustment. I believe it's, if I'm remembering right, I think it's September 3rd to October 18th.
To October 18th.
Okay, so yeah, we moved it out a little bit further because we made a split for BFO and SDLF. Some of the packages were submitted as a package and we needed to have structural look at some things and BFO look at others. So we went ahead and at 45-day, BFO was done early. So we had the agencies hold that. When SDLF's done, they can combine everything and submit. So we had to get an extra week in there to allow that to occur. So we'll be starting, the 45-day will begin on September 3rd and it'll end on October 18th.
Okay, great.
That's the current plan.
Thanks.
And if I can throw in one comment, I'm worried, I guess. I picked up a new acronym today or heard for the first time, eyesore. I mean, that's architecture play, that's an eyesore. And now you guys are using it. But the other thought is, I noticed that staff is doing alignment with a long running, so to speak, issue. So it does show that change can be possible, and that is hand washing stations, right? Or hand wash stations. I remember however many years ago, a big long discussion about how there was no regularity, so to speak. You'd see all kinds of different terminology, and it's nice to see slowly but surely things getting cleaned up. So yay, OSHPD, right?
Ryan, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to echo that. In a lot of areas, OSHPD is cleaning up the language. And those of us that are code users really do appreciate that.
I appreciate it. Thank you all.
Thanks, Richard.
So Chair, if you want to adjourn the meeting, then we can be completed.
Yep, technically, I guess we're supposed to take a motion to adjourn. So
moved.
Second.
all in favor?
Yeah.
Aye.
Bye.
Excellent.
Thank you all.
Thank
Have a
you,
good
everybody.
afternoon.
Thank
Thanks
you.
a lot.
Bye-bye.
Ready?
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Have a good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do this here.